guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. A New York judge has rejected Donald Trump's plea to halt penalties in his civil fraud case while he appeals. The request to suspend the enforcement of over $450 million in penalties was denied Wednesday. Trump's legal team proposed a $100 million bond during the appeals process, citing inability to cover the full amount. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer said on Wednesday on the Senate floor that lawmakers are very close to reaching an agreement to fund the government and prevent a shutdown by the end of the week.
I'm hopeful that soon we will have an agreement for keeping the government open beyond Friday's deadline. We'll keep working very diligently today, and I ask my colleagues to stay flexible and be ready to act quickly when the time comes.
If Congress does not take action, parts of the government will face a shutdown starting Friday night, with a complete shutdown looming by March 8th. Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell announced Wednesday that he will step down from his GOP leadership position in November, citing the need for the next generation of leadership.
Now it's 2024. I'm now 82. As Ecclesiastes tells us, to everything there is a season and a time to every purpose.
McConnell said he will remain in his role until the November elections and that he will serve out the remainder of his term, which concludes in January 2027. Hunter Biden told House Republicans that his father was never engaged in any of his business endeavors. He testified behind closed doors Wednesday in the Republican-led impeachment inquiry into the president. The Super Tuesday primaries on March 5th could effectively pave the way for a Biden-Trump rematch in November. Former President Trump currently holds a delegate lead of 122-24 over Nikki Haley, putting him potentially within a few hundred delegates of securing the Republican nomination. This is USA News.
Greece is cheap.
But the airfare costs a fortune.
Paris?
Not much closer, and again, airfare...
What about Puerto Vallarta?
Let's face it, flying anywhere is just too expensive.
Wait, what's this? Low Cost Airlines.
With one call to Low Cost Airlines, you'll drastically slash your travel costs. We're talking insanely low airline prices to any of your favorite destinations. Where would you like to go? London, Rome, Costa Rica, Australia?
Wow, that's cheap.
So why wait? Call now to learn how crazy cheap it is to fly anywhere in the U.S. or international. Our prices are so low, we can't publish them. The only way to get them is to call to instantly hear the most amazing best deals on airline travel. It's that easy. So call now and start packing.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Comedian Richard Lewis has passed away at the age of 76. He died at his Los Angeles residence Tuesday following a heart attack. Lewis had disclosed his battle with Parkinson's disease last year. He notably portrayed a fictionalized version of himself on the popular series Curb Your Enthusiasm. Texas Governor Greg Abbott has declared a disaster in 60 counties due to a wildfire in the Texas Panhandle. The Smokehouse Creek fire, which has consumed 500,000 acres since Monday, is expected to expand further. According to the Texas A&M Forest Service, this wildfire ranks as the second largest in the state's history. Say it ain't so. Many Macy's stores will be closing. Laura Winters reports.
Turning now to the economy, your favorite Macy's store could be closing over the next 3 years. The company says 150 underperforming stores, about 30% of its locations, will shut down. 350 stores will remain open. We only know of one store for sure that's closing in San Francisco. The area has become extremely dangerous and overrun with homeless people and drugs.
Chrysler's recalling over 338,000 Jeep Grand Cherokees due to a steering wheel problem that could result in the wheel coming loose and causing drivers to lose control. The recall encompasses 2021 through 23 Jeep Grand Cherokee L and 2022 and 23 Jeep Grand Cherokee models. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229. 800-734-1229.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
According to the clock, it is go time, show time. So welcome aboard. What day is it? All right, we're closing out hump day, right? If my calculations are correct, normally it would be March 1. But no, it's leap year. 29th day of February. That's what we'll be working our way into from time zone to time zone as we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time. Good morning. For the rest of us, good evening. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. kind of limping into a Thursday, thanks to Mother Nature. What a night it was as we followed the line of storms. Numerous tornado touchdowns. I haven't seen anything about fatalities. We'll tell you what we do have, though. Which of you pesky Canadians left the barn door open? That's my question. 24 hours ago, we were still at, I think, what was it, 60, 64 degrees, something like that. I'm showing 28 outside the secret bunker. It could be worse. A lot of folks are down into the teens, and even up in the northern tier, some single digits tonight. But just as the case was several days ago, as we were basking in the late spring or even early summer type temperatures, we were talking about, hey, we're going to get a reality check back to old man winter. Well, hang in there, because it's going to be short-lived. We're going to jump right back to the late spring, early summer kind of feel for, well, much of the country, with the exception of the West Coast, here in just a couple of short days. Well, we'll start things off tonight with our traveler's weather, a lot less impacting your travel versus 24 hours ago. You can see the well-defined line of storms, which is now, for the most part, pushed off the eastern seaboard. Still a little bit of a lingering shower activity in the easternmost reaches of North Carolina and South Carolina. That'll be pushing out of your way in the next few hours. We saw the transition from heavy rains to snow in parts of upstate New York and on up into New England. Yeah, western portions of Maine, you've got a transition. It's not going to amount to much. I don't think we even have any winter weather advisories as far as travel conditions there. Now everything, it's just the winds. Still the wind advisories, and especially in central and upstate New York, high wind warnings continue in place as we make our way into the new day. Aside from that, some spotty snow showers. Actually, believe it or not, it would be some lake effect snows still falling in parts of Pennsylvania and New York tonight. Everybody else has pretty much had a chance to dry out. Now, we do still see some rain in central and southern Texas, and nothing reaching severe levels, but some of this is actually mixing it with some freezing rain. But hang in there. Temperatures are poised once again to soar to record-challenging heights across the midsection of the country after this brief tease from Old Man Winter right here at midweek. Now, the warm-up can arrive with some windy weather, and we're going to return to the increased fire danger. Now, we've got the latest on the wildfires, which continue to rage in the Texas Panhandle region. For the new day, again, red flag warnings with windy conditions, the dry conditions, and the warm-up about to begin. Northern Kansas, about the eastern half of Nebraska, northwest Missouri, western portions and central portions of Iowa. Red flag warnings are in place for the new day. Several tornadoes, though, with our storm system 24 hours ago, reported in the western suburbs of Chicago. But it was the temperatures behind that front, temperatures plunging 20 to 40 degrees in less than 24 hours, bringing back the reality, it's still wintertime. Now, following that brief round of cooler, more typical of January temperatures, here comes the mild conditions as we head toward the end of the week and through the weekend. By the end of the week, temperatures are going to turn right back around and trend 20 to 40 degrees higher versus what we're seeing right now. Again, we'll be talking about maybe some record-reaching territory in some areas. This will be right on time for the start of meteorological spring, though, which begins Friday, March 1. Forecasters say it may feel like May once again versus early March. Minneapolis, you're one of the many areas in the U.S. that's experienced temperature whiplash this week. After a midweek high of around 20 degrees, the big warm-up begins later today, Thursday, and last right through the weekend. By Sunday, the old record of 65 degrees may be shattered, as right now the models are saying you could approach 70 degrees. Now, Sunday's high temperature will challenge levels that haven't been seen since 1983. From Des Moines, Iowa to Omaha, Nebraska, Kansas City, Missouri, each of those cities may make a run at 80 degrees, believe it or not. The prolonged storm that's expected to unleash feet of snow across the Sierra Nevada, that's going to help contribute to this resurgence of warmer weather. Strong southerly winds ahead of that storm, bringing that warm air across the plains and into the Midwest. By Sunday and Monday, record-challenging warmth is going to surge as far north as the upper Great Lakes and as far east as the Central Appalachians. Now, the trade-off is going to be windier conditions in the center of the country, 25, 35-mile-per-hour winds widespread across the plains, gusts in excess of 40 in the southern plains, including the Texas Panhandle, where crews there are battling those wind-fueled fires. The combination of the warm, windy air, the dry ground, will bring a heightened risk of any fire that sparks to spread very quickly and any ongoing blazes to potentially breach any containment lines that they may have been able to establish. Now, for some locations in the Central Plains, precip's been pretty hard to come by in the month of February. Less than 50% of the historical average. At the same time, we know temperatures have been running well above the historical average. So you put those all together, gusty winds, an environment that would be ripe for wildfires, and it's very unusual this time of year. It's very early in the season, we'll say. Folks are being encouraged to limit any outdoor burning to help prevent new out-of-control blazes. Now, even in the absence of any wildfires, the gusty conditions can create dangerous crosswinds for motorists out there, especially those that are going to be traveling on the east-west-oriented interstates. Speaking of the wildfires, let me jump over here. Canadian Texas once again. The cluster of wildfires scorching the Texas Panhandle on Wednesday, including one blaze that has grown into what is now described as one of the largest in state history, as flames move with alarming speed, blackening the landscape across a vast stretch of small towns and cattle ranches. An 83-year-old grandmother from the tiny town of Stinnett was the lone confirmed fatality at this point. However, authorities have yet to make a thorough search for victims. They've warned damage to some communities is extensive at this point. This is the Smokehouse Creek fire. Largest blaze expanded to more than 1,300 square miles, jumping into parts of neighboring Oklahoma. This fire is now larger than the state of Rhode Island, and the Texas A&M Forest Service said the flames are only about 3% contained. Word from the chief of the Texas Division of Emergency Management is we believe this fire will grow before it's fully contained. Walls of flames pushed by powerful winds, huge plumes of smoke billowing hundreds of feet in the air across the sparsely populated region. The smoke delayed aerial surveillance of the damage in some areas. There was one point where we literally couldn't see anything. One resident describing his escape as flames were bearing down on his neighborhood. I didn't think we were going to make it out alive. The woman who died was identified as by family members as Joyce Blankenship, a former substitute teacher. Her grandson said he had posted in a community forum asking if anyone could try and locate her. Deputies told his uncle on Wednesday they had found her remains in her burned home indeed. So sad there. Hemphill County Emergency Management described the terrain is looking almost like a moonscape. It's just all gone. At this point, about 40 homes have burned around the perimeter of the town of Canadian. No buildings were lost inside the community. Hundreds of cattle laying dead in the fields, they tell us, though. Monkey Gouger brought this up last evening, the fact of all the cattle. They have nowhere to go. The small town of Fritch, north of Amarillo, lost hundreds of homes in a fire back in 2014. They're once again being hard hit. The mayor, they're estimating 40 to 50 homes destroyed on the southern edge. Natural gas has been shut off to the town of about 2,200. Residents probably not prepared for what they're going to see when they pull into town, he says. Now, they have not discovered the origin of this particular blaze, but we do know the strong winds, the dry grass, the warm temperatures, especially earlier this week. Near Borger, Texas, a community of about 1,300 people. Emergency officials at one point answered questions from panicked residents on Facebook, told them to get ready to leave if they weren't already ready. It was kind of like a ring of fire around that town. No way out. All 4 main roads were closed. Of course, as we know, Governor Abbott has declared a emergency declaration for 60 counties. So there you go. It's difficult times there. Prayers for the folks battling the blazes in the Texas Panhandle region there. Our number as we kick off a Thursday, 844-844-3388. Yes, I said Thursday, which means, hey, this is your final day to get registered for this week's Facebook contest. Who's going to win this week's Big Rig Diesel Duo? 2 64-ounce bottles of Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, 2 64-ounce bottles of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme. It's a $200 value. Simple to get registered. Go to Facebook. If you're not already a member of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive page, just go to the search at the top. Type in The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. That'll take you to the official page. Simply go to comments and type in Hot Shot Secret. We'll have a winner for week number 3 coming up on our Friday morning program. We'll get to some of our friends who's checking in early on the day. Lots of news to cover, industry headlines, leap year, that and so much more on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, indeed, there's Philly Dan checking in from the city of brotherly love. Hope you and the crew have a good day. Stay safe. You do the same. Thank you, Philly Dan. Hello to Jacob. Says, hello, Steve Summers and the Overnight Drive. Happy Leap Day from Cookie, I believe that is. Leap Day, that's it. Hello, Marianne. Morning, Steve and the overnight family. It's a dental appointment today. Yeah, Steve's got to make a dental appointment as well. I think I mentioned it over the weekend. Had the birthday party for the grandson, Avery, turning 10 years old. And after the party, went back to the house. And little Aubrey loves her Skittles. And she wanted to share her Skittles with Papaw. Thanks a bunch. Yeah, I bit down on one and pop. It was one of the old amalgam fillings on one of the side teeth. So I gotta go get that. I don't know. Part of the tooth came out as well. No pain. It ain't on the nerve. But that particular tooth is like sharp as a razor blade. And it's cutting my tongue. I don't think I'm lisping too bad, but yeah, it's cutting the side of my tongue. Hurts like you know what. So yeah, I'll have to make myself a dental appointment there, Marianne. I'm with you. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. 41 degrees, Danbury, Connecticut tonight. There's Larry as we head back to Hartford. I-95 southbound at the South Carolina-Georgia line is Shorty. 68 degrees. Orlando, turnaround number 2. Bye-bye, Mitch McConnell. That's one of the big headlines of the day. I mean, it should have happened a long time ago, but it is official. He'll be stepping down come November. Hello, Jeffrey in Florida. Good morning. He's ready for an outstanding show. We'll see if we can live up to your expectations there. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners, as we cross that midnight hour. Somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust, the Hotshot Secret hidden secret bunker. Throwing the breakers, we're raising the FR3 antenna, turning on the stick shit eliminator power mic. Stay Bill your lane because the overnight drive's about to be hammered down. Don't be a scarecrow. Dial us up at 844-844-3380 Again, for you brain-dead people out there, it's 844-844-3388. 28 degrees in the far side of southwest Hamilton County, Ohio. We're back to throw another log on the fire time. Heat up that cup of joe. Snuggle up to whomever or whatever. Or you could be like Big Ed. Grind them if you can't find them. Are you with me? Yeah, we didn't need another long one. You notice I've got the Hotshot Secret hoodie back on. It's the winter apparel once again after being in the T-shirt weather 24 hours ago. Hello to Truck and Troy Link. Good morning, Steve-O. Have a good day, all the listeners out there. Rubber Duck. Let's see. Home, that great customer in downtown Chicago, purchased 2 more loads. Guess where I'm going? You gotta love it. Back to downtown Chicago, huh? Good luck, Rubber Duck. Cap'n Ron checking in. He's gonna flip over and listen via the app this morning. Miss Millie, hello, Steve, and all the listeners. Yeah, we're back to winter after a stormy night last night. Prayers for all those who had damage from the tornadoes up north. Everybody be careful out there. Stay safe and be blessed. Yes, indeed. All right, let's see. Morning, Your Honor. Just sitting here staying warm in Michigan. There's Jay Monty. Eskimo Mom, howdy, overnight drive. Happy Leap Day. 20 days till spring, officially. It is crazy how we went from really mild weather to more seasonal conditions in the last 24 hours, and dozens in parts of the Great Lakes region cleaning up today for yesterday's violent storms. Got a regular run tonight. It's clear, breezy. We're at 32 degrees. Interstate 71 in Kentucky tonight. All right. Yeah, speaking of, we knew last evening I had pulled up some of the tornadoes that had touched down. We talked about some of the suburbs of Chicago there. As the night progressed, we were kind of following those tornado warnings, sweeping through portions of Indiana. And eventually, as we're getting to the final hour of the program, it was portions of east central Indiana, west central Ohio. Eskimo Mom had forwarded to me from the National Weather Service office at least 5 tornadoes in Ohio were confirmed this past day by the National Weather Service, starting with an EF2 tornado that touched down in Springfield, that's Clark County, then downgraded to an EF1 as it moved into Madison County. An EF1 touched down in Riverside, Montgomery County, then moved into Greene County. Another EF2 tornado was confirmed in Blacklick, that's Franklin County. An EF1 confirmed in Hilliard, also in Franklin County. And an EF2 tornado confirmed in Licking County. In Clark County, the tornado touched down south of the Shawnee High School, where several trees were snapped, then strengthened and broadened as it moved east-northeast, eventually reaching EF2 intensity near Highway 41. Several homes had complete roof loss there. Intermittent EF1 and EF2 damage continued for about 10 miles to the east and northeast, then continuing into Madison County. Total path of this tornado on the ground exceeded 15 miles, according to the National Weather Service. They also shared the path of the tornado that touched down in far eastern Montgomery County, near the intersection of Airway and Spinning Road. All right, so, yeah, prayers for those. Home damage, hopefully had insurance. No loss of lives in the tornado. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer stated Wednesday on the Senate floor that lawmakers are very close to reaching an agreement to fund the government and prevent a shutdown by the end of the week.
I'm hopeful that soon we will have an agreement for keeping the government open beyond Friday's deadline.
This follows discussions between Schumer, other congressional leaders, and President Biden. If Congress doesn't take action, parts of the government will face a shutdown starting Friday night. Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell announced Wednesday that he will step down from his GOP leadership position in November, citing the need for the next generation of leadership. At 82 years old, McConnell said he will remain in his role until the November elections and will serve out the remainder of his term, which ends in 2027. Texas Governor Greg Abbott has declared a disaster in 60 counties due to a wildfire in the Texas Panhandle. The Smokehouse Creek fire has consumed 500,000 acres. John Schaefer, USA News.
President Biden recently released a massive $6 trillion budget, the largest budget in U.S. history. And guess who pays the bill? That's right, you, the American taxpayer. American citizens and business owners will be paying more taxes. That's a fact. And if you owe back taxes, they will be coming after you to collect payments. In fact, President Biden also hired thousands more IRS agents to go after you. If you got a letter from the IRS and you know you owe back taxes or you haven't filed in years, don't put your head in the sand. Call us today. We've saved our customers millions of tax dollars. One quick, free phone call will show you how we can reduce your past tax bill and save you thousands. Guaranteed, or you pay nothing. Call now.
800-511-6046. 800-511-6046. 800-511-6046. That's 800-511-6046.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Shorty posted a quick reminder. Don't forget, we got the time change just around the corner here. Is that right? Is it March 10th? I thought it was a little later than that, but you might be right. We'll be springing forward, right? And yes, indeed. All right, so your Cookie responded. Yes, it's Cookie, a.k.a. Hossy Joe. Question. Do you have an Overnight Drive sticker, maybe that I could put on the back of my camper to promote your show? Indeed, we do have Steve Summers Overnight Drive stickers, Cookie. If you do the email thing, if you can maybe, I don't want you to post your address, but if you want to, maybe email me your address, steve@hotshotsecret.com. I'll be happy to put a few of the stickers, and I'll send you some of the cards that you can share with your friends where they can use their smartphone to scan and download the app so they can join the program. Be happy to do that. All right, what do we got? Once every 4 years, like today, an extra day is tacked on at the end of February. Leap year. So this year it's 366 days as opposed to the typical 365. Where does this leap come from? Well, they say it can be traced back to the way the Earth orbits the sun. It takes approximately 365.25 days for the Earth to complete one trip around the sun. It's significantly different than the human-made Gregorian calendar, which is 365 days. To make up for that slight difference between the celestial calendar and the Gregorian calendar, here we go. Once every 4 years, February has 29 days rather than 28. Well, what would happen if we didn't have a leap year? Well, the difference of 1/4 of a day is virtually imperceptible on a year-to-year basis. But in the long run, it would wreak havoc on the seasons. That 1/4 of a day would add up to over decades and centuries eventually, causing seasons to shift on the calendar. Now, we're talking long term, over a period of about 700 years. Our summers, which we come to expect in June in the Northern Hemisphere, wouldn't actually begin till, say, December, according to the Smithsonian. So they kind of explain there are exceptions to the rule that a leap year is once every 4 years. On occasion, we leap over a leap year as it takes the Earth closer to 365.24 days to complete one orbit around the sun. If left unchecked, this fraction of a day would throw off the calendar as well. The rule is that if the year is divisible by 100 and not divisible by 400, leap year is skipped. The year 2000 was a leap year, for example, but the year 1700, 1800, 1900 were not. The next time a leap year will be skipped is the year, I won't be here, 2100. Okay. We learn something every day. Buckeye Boy checks in from Huntington Beach, California. 57 degrees. Had a good round of golf today. Even though the course was very wet, a lot of standing water. I think I played fairly well. Hopefully Friday's round is better. Can you believe the woke mayor of Athens said today, and was probably shouted down by residents that were there, that these woke politicians do not deserve to hold office. And the fools that voted for them are subhumans, pathetic. So the puppet's quack physician says he's healthy, he's fine. That's like saying Stephen Hawkins was a healthy, normal human. Yeah, we all know better than that. Anyway, have a great night. Everybody be careful out there. I think he's referencing, did I have that right here? Indeed. Joe Biden, the oldest serving president in history, does not need a cognitive test during his physical this past day. White House said he doesn't need one because he passes one every day while he's doing his job. Right? Every day. We see he's fine. There have been concerns about a decline in his cognitive abilities, you think? It was referenced in the special counsel Hers report that showed a reason they didn't charge him for the classified documents. Karine Jean-Pierre said during this past day's briefing, the president does not need a cognitive test. That is not my assessment. That's the assessment of the president's quack. I mean, doctor. That's also the assessment of the neurologist who has also made that assessment. And you've heard us say this, and I'll reiterate this. The president's doctor has said, if you look at what this president, who is also the commander-in-chief, he passes a cognitive test every day, as he moves from one topic to another, understanding the granular level of these topics. Following a speech this past day at the White House on crime and community safety, Biden told reporters, everything's great. If there was asked if there's any concerns, he kind of joked, well, the doctors think I look too young. So Jean-Pierre was asked if Biden is passing a cognitive test every day as part of his job. Why not have him actually take one to quash any concerns the American people might have? To which she responded, well, because his personal physician and neurologist said he doesn't need one. Folks need to understand the president passes, again, a cognitive test every day. If you look at what a clinical cognitive test actually does, it's a 15-minute appointment that's administered by someone that most of the time people don't actually know. And the president has a team of doctors with him 24/7. And he's able to do the work every day that is rigorous, more rigorous than it would be for any 15-minute clinical appointment. Nothing to see here. Move on. Good morning, Horse Feathers. Nothing to see here.
That's right. Washington's working business as normal, but except for it's not normal. What's going on? Ditch Mitch. How did this happen? I didn't see that one coming along. Did you?
Well, he's 82 years old, and yeah, I mean, maybe he's finally realizing what Joe needs to realize. He's had his.
Well, I know we all knew it.
Yes.
I knew we all knew it, but did you see it coming along that he'd actually stepped down? Of course, he's not just stepping down; he's waiting until November to step down.
Right.
Unreal. So must be he wants to take the credit for not having the government have a shut. Oh, wait a minute. I think we could be having the shutdown this Friday, couldn't we? That's what? Now it's Thursday. That's tomorrow, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm.
You think they can get it all straightened out so the government doesn't shut down tomorrow? Partially shut down tomorrow?
We'll just we'll give it 2 or 3 or 4 weeks. We'll pass a continuing resolution and leave everything as it is.
Yes, kick the can. We don't need to do anything yet. And then we can start rolling things into a bigger thing because we'll have more things to put together. We can just roll all these things in together and just kick the can and just make it sound like we did something and not done anything at all but cost taxpayers more money. But anyway, so what's this you're talking about cold? It's 41 degrees here, Your Honor. It's nice. What are you talking about cold? I didn't see nothing like cold out here. But the rain's gone.
How about the winds? Have the winds calmed down yet or not? You still see the wind advisories.
We still have major wind advisory. All the bridges have wind advisories. The Key Bridge in Baltimore on the Beltway, the Nice Bridge that's there on 301 going out of southern Maryland into Virginia, and the Bay Bridge going across to the eastern shore. They all have wind warnings and possible restrictions. So I know the Bay Bridge had over 50-mile-an-hour winds, and they were shut down to only loaded tractor trailers over 64,000 pounds and empty flatbeds. You could take an empty flatbed across if you had one of those.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, no, we're just the wet's gone, and we're waiting for the wind to die down, and I guess we're going to get down into somewhere around 30 degrees. It's going to settle out at here, 30, maybe the high 20s out in the hills and valleys. But other than that, it ought to be about the same. And so we got the time change coming up quick, and I know you and Scotty were talking about the truck show the other day there. I don't know if it's the beginning of the week there, I think. And I always thought that the truck show worked out. It was somewhere around the 20th of March. Sometimes it'd be a little bit later. But I think depending on their schedule, there's only a couple times I remember it getting close to April. But most of the time I remember it because every time I look at the truck show and wanting to go and things it interferes with, the wife's birthday is on the 21st, Your Honor. What's the dates of the truck show this year?
21st, 22nd, 23rd. Yes, sir.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I guess where I'll be on the 21st, Your Honor. And I won't be singing happy birthday.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. But anyways,
and you're telling me the Guppy has no desire to come hang out with a bunch of truck drivers?
I barely got her on the boat to hang out with the truck drivers on the boat. Can you think I can get her to come do that for another time
right.
Twice in the same year? And no. But anyways, so anyways, because even the other two that I've been at, the 19 one I was at, I mean, I know I missed the birthday, and then way back in 13, you and Gouger were talking about that picture. Somewhere or another, I missed that picture, but anyways, that year I know I missed the birthday that one too. So for the 3 days there, and of course you got the Final Four going on, the March Madness, and all that basketball stuff. So I mean that's always a consideration of what's going on over there at the other place at the same time, and So anyways, but yeah, I don't know, because of course when I was there in 13 there, I forget. I got a picture taken there. Forget who exactly was with us there. It was me, Bubba Bo, and somebody else there, and his name slips my mind at this point. I'm not sure why, but you know how it is with people we've lost through the years. And but anyways, Bubba Bo's another one that was, that I met there in 13 that's no longer with us. And you were talking the other night with the Gouger about that picture, and so anyways, I don't know. Let's see what else we got. I think that's about covering it. We just talked off the air here a little bit ago. Apparently Baltimore has a gang we didn't know about until they made the news tonight, and I guess they've been around for a little while, and I don't know if you can elaborate on it later if you want, if you need something to fill in with, but it's called 39 Babies. And I guess from what we figured out, the 39 ends up being part of the zip code. The last two numbers of the zip code are 39.
Correct.
And I don't know that they seem to be on the violent side, since they have like 10 murders that we know of in that, but I don't know. So just something else, more just going on and that. So, hey, if Texas needs some extra firefighters, do you think they can get any of those illegal border jumpers to help them put the fires out?
Probably not. That's an idea.
Yeah, I don't know. Just a thought.
Get them on the fire lines.
But anyway,
they need a
there you
job.
go.
They need a job.
Need a job. There you go. Hey, yeah. So, anyways, I guess with that, we'll let you get going there. And as I say, I think things are pretty good here. Other than the wind. So, I guess everybody with a box trailer there, 2 hands on the wheel. The rest of us tanker yankers there, just sit back, relax, a couple fingers on the wheel, and drink your soda or whatever you got there in front of you, and just relax and enjoy the ride.
The bridges.
The wind does
check for the restrictions on the bridges. That's all right. Yeah. So yeah, Mitch McConnell. How about that? Surprise, surprise. Mitch is going to step down later this year. Father Time remains undefeated, and it is time for the next generation of leadership, he says. Now, already the longest-serving Senate party leader in history, he'll step down not till January of next year. He said, I turned 82 last week. You could tell he was, you can see he's exhausted. Now, to end my contribution, the end of my contribution are closer than I prefer, he said. With deep appreciation about the days after his 1985 arrival in the Senate, acknowledging those years helped shape his view of the world, while acknowledging he is now out of place. All right. We've seen the gaffes, his freezing at the podium. He's had some issues. He had, the big-time concussion with the fall last year, so it's 2024. I said, to everything there's a season and a time, to every purpose under heaven. One of life's most underappreciated talents is to know when it's time to move on to life's next chapter. So I stand before you today, Mr. President, and my colleagues, to say this will be my last term as Republican leader. Like I said, I should have seen that time and purpose years and years ago, but it's 844-3388. We'll return into...
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here. What do we have? Thursday coming on. Hillbilly. What do you know, Hillbilly? Good morning.
Who in the hell left the door open? Let all the heat out.
All right.
72 degrees in Battle Creek yesterday afternoon when I stopped and woke up to 49 degrees. Lordy me. Mother Nature's definitely off her medication. If you ask me.
Yep, right. Mention Mother Nature's in menopause or something.
Something. But on my way here to Washington Courthouse to Wally World, delivering a load of tortilla chips. So this load's been fun all day long with Williams. 9,000 pounds.
Right. Yeah, whipping around. Yep.
Yeah. I'm glad Mitch stepping down. He should have done it years ago. And if this don't tell everybody that we need term limits for the Senate and Congress, I don't know what it is, because a lot of them needs to go. It's been there forever, in my book. I mean, our forefathers went to Washington and did a term, and they went back to work to their normal jobs after that.
Absolutely.
It wasn't a career. So, I don't understand. My prayers goes out to them people and ranchers out there in Texas that are in the harm's way. I mean, ain't that the same area that got hit years ago, or a few years ago there, Steve?
They were talking 2014 that a lot of folks lost homes. So, yeah, about 10 years ago.
Oh. And cattle ranchers, I mean, talking about, just the calves alone, you're looking at it anywhere from $1,000 to $1,500 if they lose a calf, and if it's a heifer or something like that, how much money are you going to lose from not having offspring from that cow? I mean, it's a lot of money the ranchers are losing if they lose eating cattle, and you can't get them out of the way fast enough. Not when it's moving that fast. So, like I said, my thoughts and prayers goes out to them people. They're in tough times. But other than that, that's about all I have, Steve.
Well, Hillbilly, good to hear from you. Thanks for checking in. I'm showing 27 outside the secret bunker at this hour. Yes, what a difference a day can make. Suppose if you do a quick search, I don't know how do you get rid of all this stuff you steal? Yeah, eBay, some of these online auction websites. You may be able to find some real good deals on Kardashian gummy vitamins. As according to TMZ, a semi loaded with $4 million worth of Kardashian gummy vitamins was stolen by cargo thieves. Kourtney Kardashian reportedly fell victim to the heist last week when a semi-truck loaded with her Lemmy Wellness gummy products, stolen from a logistics facility in the San Fernando Valley. TMZ said up to $4 million worth of product was on that truck when it was stolen. The cargo thieves hacked the security system, apparently, then used fraudulent identification documents to gain access to the facility. The cargo thieves even sent a digital ransom note asking for payment to return the stolen dietary supplements. Spokesperson tells TMZ, our team is working with law enforcement to investigate the theft. In the meantime, we're implementing contingency plans to minimize impact to our customers and retail partners. At this point, no suspects have identified, no arrests. You'll find them online, probably at a very cheap price. Okay, 844-844-3388. Got the C&I dog coming up. Eagles on board and room for you. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Senate Minority Leader from Kentucky, Mitch McConnell, says he will be stepping aside to allow a new generation of Republican leadership. The senator announcing his decision to leave his position as minority leader while speaking on the Senate floor Wednesday.
Father Time remains undefeated. I'm no longer the young man sitting in the back, hoping colleagues would remember my name. It's time for the next generation of leadership.
He says he will step down as a Senate Republican leader in November, but intends on serving out his Senate term, which ends in 2027. President Biden is speaking about his efforts to improve crime rates and to encourage safety in communities. The president highlighting his handling of crime with his American Rescue Plan.
We provided $350 billion. $350 billion that was available to deal with these issues. And the fact is that we find ourselves, we could use this money to keep law enforcement on the beat, communities safe from violence.
Hunter Biden spent some time Wednesday testifying before a Republican-led congressional committee about his foreign business dealings and whether President Biden was implicated in them. As far as what he's getting out of the hearings from Biden, Florida Republican Congressman Matt Gaetz says,
it is a mirage to believe that Hunter Biden was engaged in international business. This was a bribe masquerading as an international business transaction, nothing more, nothing less.
Congressional leaders struck a government funding deal Wednesday on a half a dozen annual spending bills alongside a stopgap bill that pushes 2 shutdowns till later into March. The government was set to run out of money on Friday. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Wildfires are continuing to burn the panhandle of Texas. The largest of the fires, called the Smoke Creek Fire, has become the second largest wildfire in Texas history. Many small towns have been evacuated. Dozens of homes and cars have also been destroyed. The State Department is spending some time hosting representatives from both Mexico and Guatemala to address the illegal immigrant crossing at the U.S. southern border. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken speaking alongside representatives from both foreign nations at the State Department.
The collaboration, the work between the governments of Mexico and the United States has never been stronger, never been greater. The challenges are also significant, but we are facing them together.
A Democratic presidential candidate is jumping back in the race less than a month after suspending her campaign. Author and activist Marianne Williamson announcing her campaign's relaunch in a video online.
What's delusional is just closing our eyes and crossing our fingers and just hoping that somehow Biden and Harris will be able to beat that juggernaut of dark, dark vision.
Wendy's is clarifying it has no plans to introduce surge pricing. The fast food chain saying its $20 million investment into digital menu boards will allow it to offer discounts to customers during slower parts of the day. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, another hour underway. Coming up, we'll give you the latest on big time snow out west. Blizzard conditions for the Sierra Nevada. Again, reports stating major passes could be closed for days. 4 to 8 feet of snow projected to fall around Donner Summit. Going to take some time to move all that snow. We'll get more on that coming up in a bit. First, we get another hour underway. The Singing Eye Dog. Hey there.
Good morning. In the news, I heard a story about a bill that was made in 2022 that's unconstitutional. Can you look that up and give the details on that? Because I don't quite understand what they were talking about. The second thing I want to talk about is Mitch McConnell. He started in 85. I graduated in 84. I remember Trump's first 2 years, there's like a stalemate when they had the House and the Senate. Like, they didn't get much done. And I'm pretty sure he could have moved the ball one way or the other back then. But I was quite surprised that before Trump was done, he was working on filling a lot of judge positions, and he actually did pretty good with the changing of the guard of more of a right-leaning judge as opposed to left-leaning. And as far as that weather goes, I live in the Chicago area, and that storm started coming through. I really want to thank you very much for giving me a heads up on that. I told my children about it, my wife, and then sometime after you said that, Google came out with a story about that. And we actually had the storms dance around our area, down by, I believe, Aurora, and you had one by South Barrington, the Palatine. So I was driving through that, and the rain was coming down really hard at the time. Lightnings, you could hear the sirens go off in the distance. But we were good. And then after the rain stopped, it was just airy, just light clouds with the stars above, It just like came and went. But it rained so much there was ponding on the road. But I pray for the people who had problems and who had house damage. I enjoy the show.
All right. Well, to answer, gotcha. Singing Eye Dog. Thank you so much. To answer your question, though, first question, it was then Nancy Pelosi who was still Speaker of the House, kind of like her last big win for America. It was the $1.7 trillion budget deal, and it comes down to the technicalities. It's constitutionally, when you're going to vote on a measure like this, you have to have what they call a quorum physically present to cast their vote there in Washington, D.C. Somewhere down the line, you go back during the COVID pandemic. Nancy Pelosi, House Speaker, they had passed a rule allowing members to vote from home. I mean, a lot of them were coming down. If you were sick with COVID, remember you weren't supposed to, originally it was like, 2 weeks you had to quarantine. So they implemented rules where you'd be able to vote from home rather than physically being present in the House and Senate chambers to cast votes. Now, if I'm understanding correctly, that had expired or should have expired prior to this vote on the $1.7 trillion bill. So there were some folks saying that, hey, this was passed unconstitutionally. There was no quorum physically present in Washington, D.C., and Nancy allowed all these votes to be counted for people that weren't there. So I guess after all this time, maybe somebody must have somewhere down the line filed suit or whatever, and the judge did indeed confirm that vote was technically not constitutionally passed, that $1.7 trillion budget. Now, what are you going to do about it now? It's I guess like water under the bridge, right? You can't go back and say, hey, all that money that was passed, that we got to have that $1.7 trillion back. No, it's maybe it's just a message to in the future. The Constitution clearly states you must have a quorum present when passing these sort of bills. All right, hope that gives you a better understanding, because I was kind of confused when I first hit that as well. See what's going on with the Lone Ranger. Still in Arizona, I presume?
Yeah, it rained here all day, and I'm a little bit nervous because they just opened up the gates on the Gila River, and there's a bunch of irrigation ditches around here that irrigates the cotton fields. And they opened up the irrigation ditches this morning, and then it rained all day, and I got an irrigation ditch right next to the property that I just bought, and I ran down there tonight, and it was pretty high between the rain and the river, so I hope it don't overflow. But anyway, what will be the consequences for Nancy Pelosi breaking the law? What'll happen to her?
Good question. I don't know if anything's going to come of it or not.
Yeah, well, same thing that happens to most of the politicians. Nothing's going to change until somebody goes to jail. We see law breaking after law breaking, sleazy move after sleazy move, but nobody goes to jail. Hunter Biden should have been in jail a long time ago for lying on a federal gun permit. Carries a 5-year sentence. There's people serving time for doing the same thing he already did.
Yep.
Why isn't he arrested? Why didn't his father get arrested for treason when he supplied $85 billion to the Taliban of military equipment? He's still around. Nobody goes to jail. That's the problem. But speaking of Pelosi, she's done pretty well. I just saw the other day, the average the average profit return when you play with the stock market is about 10% per year, give or take. And you got all these investment firms, they do this and they do that, but it's about 10% average. Last year, Nancy Pelosi got 65% return on her stock investments. Now, of course, she'll say it's her husband's, not hers, but that's a pretty nice return. So she probably couldn't care less because she has quite a bit of what they call FU money now, so she probably couldn't care less if they do throw her out. We got two presidents going to the southern border, Donald Trump and Joe Biden. Donald Trump is going to Eagle Pass, which used to be the hotbed for illegals until the state of Texas did what the federal government was supposed to do and secured that section of the border with shipping containers and razor wire. So I'm going to guess that that's why Trump wants to go there, because it proves his point that walls work, which we heard from Democrats forever that walls don't work. So there's evidence that a wall does work, because they went from thousands per day to single digits. So now the hot spots now, since that's been blocked off, is southern Arizona. There's a town straight south of Tucson that's a hotbed, and California in the San Diego area. The cartels pay attention to what's going on. They just switch crossings. If one gets blocked, they move to, what do we have, 1,200 miles of border, I think it is. So you got to wonder why Joe Biden would pick Brownsville. There's never been a news report about Brownsville being a hotbed for illegal crossing. Never happened. They said the other day there was 12 crossings in the one day. So he's going to go down there and say, well, look at this. I'm at the southern border and I don't see any real problem here. Of course you don't, because you're in the wrong spot. You're in the spot that's politically advantageous to advance your agenda, which is to say that everything is fine.
This is the photo opportunity where they can take photographs of Joe at the border, and there is no line of thousands of people on the other side of the fence waiting to come in. There's nobody there.
And now they just had a news on your news. I just heard it while I was on hold. Anthony Blinken, said they're working with the Mexican government and the government of some of the other countries, and it's going to be the most efficient partnership between the two countries. Well, that's not true, because when Trump was president and we had the most secure border in 30 years, he talked Mexico into putting 28,000 troops at their southern border to stop the people before they got into Mexico. So Blinken just on your news just told a complete lie. But again, it's all political. That's the difference between Donald Trump and Joe Biden. Joe Biden does every single thing he does is a political calculation, and that's what this Brownsville visit is. But now there's two reasons why the Republicans have to start growing some testicles. Number one reason is the voter fraud that they're lining up to initiate. Of course, the mail-in ballots, it's not illegal to submit mail-in ballots, but it is illegal to stuff bundles of them into a ballot box. And the ballot boxes came via Nancy Pelosi in July or June of 2019. She demanded that we have a bunch of ballot boxes so people who couldn't get to the voting place had, close by. But of course, we know what that turned into. Now there's actual videos of Democrat operatives. You can see them on YouTube stuffing bundles of ballots in the ballot boxes. So they got to do something about this ballot box problem. And now there's a new problem. They just came up with a new way to cheat. VP Camilito has announced that they're going to pay college students to go around registering people to vote. Well, now, since our universities have turned into left-wing indoctrination centers, when they run around to these nursing homes or wherever they're going to go to get people to register to vote, who do you think they're going to suggest that person vote for? And when you're talking about people in their 80s and their 90s that, they probably don't pay much attention to the news anymore because they're happy to have a solid bowel movement. But that's another way of cheating, because they're going to have these college students getting paid with our taxpayer. They're getting paid with taxpayer money. So Republican citizens who would probably vote Republican, their tax money is going to go to these college students who are going to get paid to try to talk people into voting Democrat. So that's the other cheating. So Republicans better address that. But now here's the golden opportunity, Steve, for Republicans. Joe Biden just got a physical. Now, it wasn't a complete physical. They left out the cognitive test, which is his number one problem. So they left that out because, again, a political decision. If they did the cognitive test, it would have looked bad. So they left that out, another political decision. But the doctor said he's a healthy, vibrant 81-year-old. The guy is in great shape. Okay, there's an opportunity for Republicans. It was just announced not too long ago that he was in too bad a shape to stand trial for the documents that he had stolen while he was vice president and a senator, which he didn't have the presidential privilege like Trump did. So now here's the opportunity right on the lap of the Republicans. Okay, you just announced that Joe Biden's in real good shape, so let's reinstitute the investigation on the documents. Now he can stand trial. Since you said he's in good shape, he can stand trial for stealing the documents and hiding the documents. So we'll see if they take advantage of that. Another commercial. By the way, Hunter was questioned today, and this guy's got some set on him. I'll tell you. Nancy Mace, fairly good looking girl, right? Now she's on the committee to go after this guy. He walks up to her, shakes her hand, smiles at her, and says to her, I'm not really the bad guy you think I am. He literally was hitting on her at this hearing. And she was a little bit shocked, and I don't think she realized the guy's a skirt chaser going way back. But she got literally hit on at the hearing. And the last thing I have, this commercial, they have a product, and they're calling it a delay spray. It's for guys who, in the commercial, it shows a guy and a girl laying in bed, and he said he always had a problem getting to the finish line. Now, what he really meant to say was getting to her finish line, because his finish line was way back around turn number 2. So he finished much too soon while she was still waiting for the real finish line. So they had this spray now, and I guess it desensitizes. Now, you know, and I know, and everybody listening knows, it'll be honest. If you're with a really good-looking girl, it's tough to hold out. It really is, because you're thinking about how great it is and how lucky you are and all this stuff. So you literally have to think of like a dead possum on the side of the road that's all smashed up. Get your mind off it. So anyway, for guys that can't do that, they have this delay spray. So I thought, how funny is this? I'm not going to say the name of the product because it's their business to pay for advertising. But just for the heck of it, I thought, anytime you want to buy something that's a bit bizarre, I always wonder if Amazon sells it. Sure enough, I go on Amazon. Here it is. But there's two ads. There's one for the product that's on TV, and then there's another company that makes the same product, and it's a company that makes KY jelly. It says KY right on the product, the delay spray. So I'm thinking, I wonder if there's a heterosexual version and a homosexual version. Maybe, I don't know. But it seemed kind of funny that the same company that makes the lube makes the delay spray. I thought, well, this is nuts. This is crazy.
Cover
crazy
all the
stuff.
bases.
There it is. Right on Amazon. If you need some, there it is right there. So if your finish line is at turn number 2 and your wife's finishes line is by winner's circle, you might want to get some of this. Now, try to imagine this, Steve. You're in the heat of passion, and you're ready for the main event, and all of a sudden, hold on, honey. Here, do this. Spray this on, will you? I mean, talk about killing the moment, you know. My God. That's all I got. I'll talk to you later.
All right, have a good morning, or good evening, I guess, still there in Arizona. Lone Ranger.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Couple of tidbits we'll throw your way before getting back to the calls at 844-844-3388. Hey, it's been a while since we've had need some first-time callers. First-time caller, you get a $60 voucher for Hot Shot Secret products. So take advantage of that. Why not? Just give us a ring, say hello, and we'll become a part of the family, right? 844-844-3388. I guess crisis averted, potential crisis for Anheuser-Busch as they still continue to reel from the advertising campaign last year, the Dylan Mulvaney sales still coming in at about 30% off. There was a potential Teamsters strike on the horizon. Workers at Anheuser-Busch, represented by the Teamsters, have reached a tentative agreement one day before they were supposed to go on strike. According to Axios, the strike would have interrupted operations at 12 breweries across the nation. The union has described the tentative 5-year contract as an improvement that would offer significant pay raises and enhanced benefits for some of the 5,000 union members employed at the breweries. At Anheuser-Busch, we've said time and again that our people are our greatest strength. And we're incredibly pleased to have reached a tentative agreement that continues to recognize the talent, dedication, hard work of our teams. And we're also positioning the company for long-term success. As America's leading brewer, we have the best people and provide the best jobs in the beer industry. Together, we are focused on what we do best, brewing great beer for everyone, showing up in the moments that matter for consumers, and making a positive impact on our communities. So that's all I had seen. Tentative deal. When you've got a tentative agreement, the rank and file, I haven't seen any reports on whether the rank and file have spoken out yet, whether they're willing to give it a thumbs up or a thumbs down. A tentative deal does not mean guaranteed. But at least for the moment, crisis averted. It is 844-844-3388. First, we get a news break and much more to come. Rolling into a Thursday morning.
USA News Update. Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell announced Wednesday that he will step down from his GOP leadership position in November, citing the need for the next generation of leadership.
Now it's 2024. I'm now 82.
McConnell stated he will remain in his role until the November elections, but will serve out the remainder of his term, which concludes in January 2027. Hunter Biden has informed House Republicans that his father was never engaged in any of his business endeavors. He testified behind closed doors Wednesday in the Republican-led impeachment inquiry into the president. In his opening statement, Hunter accused Republicans of propagating innuendo and disregarding evidence in their investigation. The Super Tuesday primaries on March 5th could effectively pave the way for a Biden-Trump rematch in November. Former President Trump currently holds a delegate lead of 122-24 over Nikki Haley. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, thank you much. Shorty just sent me the story. I had it before me. I was about to hit that. Thank you very much. And I'm thinking this is the reason, it's got to be, why Nikki Haley is hanging in there. I mean, at the moment she's saying she's hanging in through Super Tuesday. We already know the Colorado case removing Donald J. Trump from the ballot, and even if you wrote his name in, they wouldn't count it. That whole scenario. Several other states have talked about it. I think Michigan opted not to remove him. I've lost track, but Illinois. Yeah, this just came down this past evening. An Illinois state judge Wednesday barred Donald Trump from appearing on the Illinois Republican primary ballot because of his role in the attack on the January 6th. But she delayed her ruling from taking effect in light of an expected appeal by former President Trump. Obviously, that would be the case. If memory serves, didn't the Supreme Court hear the arguments? I believe they have, as far as the Colorado case is concerned. They need to get that taken care of and get this BS behind once and for all. Are states allowed to bar former President Trump from appearing on their ballots? Cook County Circuit Judge Tracy Porter sided with Illinois voters who argued that the former president should be disqualified from the state's March 19th primary ballot. That's 19 days away, folks. And the November 5th general election ballot for violating the anti-insurrection clause of the Constitution's 14th Amendment. Supreme Court needs to get this taken care of. Like I said, they heard the arguments, and I remember that evening, even questioning from the left-leaning or liberal, as they refer to them, the liberal judges were questioning. It sounded very, very skeptical about being able to take Trump off the ballot. So need to get the answer there once and for all. Hopefully that will happen soon so we can move forward. Meanwhile, Eagle checking in. What's going on, Eagle? Good morning.
Yeah. How you doing, Steve? Yeah, there's so much to get to, man. There's so much news going on, breaking news. I'll get to that Illinois deal, and I'll get to Mitch McConnell, this other loser. But the first person I want to talk about, because I didn't get in on Monday, Steve, because I told you I got a good laugh. I told you I was gonna laugh about Nikki Haley, and I'm still laughing. Like I said, I got family and friends that live in South Carolina, and not one of them voted for that loser. But I got bad news for Nikki Haley, Steve. She's gonna continue to lose. She's gonna continue to lose to Donald Trump until she eventually gets out. She should have got out after South Carolina, but she's too stupid. She's, like I said, Donald Trump. There's a reason why Donald Trump got rid of her during his administration. And by the way, I promise you this, Steve, that she's not in consideration for no kind of job in the Trump administration if he gets back in the White House. Mm-hmm. She can forget that. And another piece of advice for good old Nikki Haley, come 2028, Steve, she says she want to be president. She need to go ahead and run as a Democrat, just like Chris Christie, since that's who's supporting her right now. So she wants to be president so bad, tell her to come in next time she decides to run as a Democrat, because that's exactly what you are. She's a turncoat, Steve. All she's doing is taking votes away from Donald Trump. And because most of those losers, I sat there, I looked at her rally on Saturday just to see what kind of individuals would support somebody as stupid as her after she got defeated by Trump. And believe it or not, Steve, she had a crowd of people. People actually showed up to see Nikki Haley in South Carolina, and that's a damn shame. So these are the same losers. They'll probably go ahead and vote for Joe Biden, because I doubt if they'll vote for Trump. These losers that was at her rally after she got her butt kicked. But like I say, who needs them? Who needs them? Go ahead on and vote for good old Joe Biden, the senior citizen. Go ahead and vote for him, and then in 2028 you can vote for Nikki Haley as your Democratic nominee, because that's exactly what she is. Now, let's talk about this other situation, Steve, with Mitch McConnell. I got bad news for him, Steve. He need to go ahead and move on. The hell with November. Go ahead and turn in your papers today and walk right on out of Washington, D.C., because you ain't done nothing the whole time he been there, Steve. He's another rhino. He's another loser that Donald Trump doesn't need on his team come when he does get in the White House. So go ahead and move on. Go ahead and move on now, Mitch McConnell, brother, because nobody needs you. Nobody wants to see you. Head on back to Kentucky or wherever the hell you come from. Don't wait until November. Make your move. Make your move right now, my man, because you're not going to do absolutely nothing. But what the hell is he going to do the next couple of months into November, Steve? Absolutely nothing. So he need to go ahead and make his move on out of Washington, D.C. right now, the way I see it. But I'm tired of playing games with these people, because we got a serious deal going on in America. Now to get to the real deal, Steve, and that's talking about this loser that's in the White House. Once again, Steve, you see the bias that's going on with Joe Biden, where they refused to give him a test for his mental capability. They gave him a physical. They didn't test his mental capabilities because they know damn well he ain't gonna pass. That liar that comes on the press secretary every day and tells nothing but lies, and that's what she's just a big liar for Donald Trump. She ought to be, for Biden, she ought to be ashamed of herself. I'd be embarrassed to come on television and lie for somebody else. But like I said before, there's a reason why he won't take the test, Steve. and you and I both know why he won't take that damn test, because he won't pass. But I bet you this, Steve, Donald Trump said it over the weekend. Donald Trump said he'd be more than happy to take a test of his mental capabilities. Wonder why? Do you wonder why that question, Steve? Why Trump was willing to do it and Biden ain't?
Well, because he still has cognitive abilities. He still has rational thinking, and Joe doesn't.
Yeah, it's a joke, man. Anybody that goes along with this Joe Biden charade is very stupid. Anybody who's going along with the game that this guy's playing they're just as dumb as he is. Now, you said yesterday, Steve, that Biden he's headed to the border today, and naturally, see, here's what's done went down, Steve. Joe Biden is trying to pull the wool over the American people's heads. Yeah, he's gonna show up in Brownsville, Texas tomorrow morning, and there ain't gonna be no illegal immigrants coming across the border, because guess what? Just like your previous caller said, they've all made their way to the other side of the damn country and going in through Arizona and California up through Tijuana. They still coming in, brother. Joe Biden ain't done a damn thing to stop the flow of people coming in the USA. For anybody that didn't know that, for anybody dumb enough to think that Biden has actually stopped the flow, because, see, Greg Abbott shut it down in Texas, Steve. He got Texas shut down. Not Joe Biden. Greg Abbott shut down Texas. Biden ain't done a damn thing to stop no illegals from coming. If anything, you don't help them come in. So all these people have done, Steve, is made their way to the other side of the damn country, and they still coming in. As we speak right now, like I told you several nights when I talked to you, Steve, as we speak right now, there's somebody walking into the USA illegally, and no telling what he got on his mind. Another guy that's looking to commit some crimes in America that unnecessary. So here's how it goes, Steve. I told you this last night. Joe Biden, he don't even need to go down to Texas. He can stay in Washington, D.C. and do what he's been doing for the last 3 years on the border. That's nothing. Because unless Joe Biden planning on coming down to the border tomorrow, Steve, in Texas, and saying that he's closing the border down, that he's putting the military, he's putting the National Guard or whatever the hell it takes to shut this thing down, he don't even need to show up. And you and I both know he ain't going to do that. And the only reason he's showing up is because he heard Donald Trump was going to be there, Steve. That's the only reason Biden is coming down to Texas, because he heard Trump was coming down and he didn't want to be upstage because he know damn well Donald Trump going to get the job done and Donald Trump going to shut this whole deal down. So Biden, like I said, he's just embarrassing himself once again, Steve. It's just one embarrassment after another with Joe Biden. Now, one other scenario I want to talk about, Steve, and that's with this other guy that seems to want to run his mouth. He back in the news again. You know, they got rid of Don Lemon. They got him off of television on CNN. They finally made the move to get him off of television, and now he's in the unemployment line exactly where he belongs. They need to work on Joy Reid on MSNBC, another loser and another blatant racist. But the biggest racist of them all, Steve, is the good old Al Sharpton. Al Sharpton is back running his mouth again, talking about Donald Trump is a racist. He's still on this deal about Trump is a racist. He doesn't know. He's trying to get the blacks to vote for him, that he hasn't done anything for blacks. Well, what have you done for blacks, Al Sharpton, besides stealing on the misfortunes of blacks for over 50 or 60 years? Al Sharpton has done absolutely nothing, Steve, to help the black man except capitalize on the black man's loss. But then when a white man comes along and actually wants to help some black people, he got to stick his nose in because he feels like he's being upstaged. But Al Sharpton, you had over 40 or 50 years to make something happen for blacks, and you didn't do nothing, brother. So, like I said, just keep your big mouth shut and let Donald Trump do his thing. I'll be the first one to tell you, Steve, and I'm 100% black. I made more money when Donald Trump was in the White House than I ever made in my life, and I ain't got a damn thing bad to say about Donald Trump. Like I said, I don't care what color he is. Only thing I'm concerned with is green. And if Al Sharpton was smart, he'd be thinking the same way, because that black and white stuff played out, brother. That went out in the 50s and 60s. You got another guy that likes to call your show that still likes to focus on the 50s and the 60s. But I got bad news. Go buy you a calendar, Al Sharpton. It's 2024, my man. Nobody cares about black and white. The only color that matters in America right now, my man, is green. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
All right, and let's see. Scarecrow sent me, and I think I understand what you're saying. What was it? Mitch McConnell's term actually runs till 2027. I think I understand what they're saying. I was under the impression he was actually stepping out of the Senate. So he's not leaving the Senate. He's stepping down as the Republican Senate leader right now, which would be the minority leader on the Senate side. In November? But he's going to continue to be a senator, so he'll still be voting on all the Senate bills that come up for votes. He'll just not be in the leadership role. His term technically runs till 2027, right? Okay. Thanks for the clarification there. That's meanwhile, since Eagle brought it up here, maybe while the president is on Air Force One later this morning, on his way to Brownsville to see nobody, maybe they can read him some of the headlines about the wonderful people that he's allowing into this country. And I've mentioned this several times in the past week alone. Yeah, remember me highlighting where we see the headlines about these gang shootouts and the incredible violence taking place, and even the resort communities. Yeah, it used to be off limits for the cartels to come in. I mean, the money that is brought into Mexico, I think aside from oil, it's about the top where they get most of their money from, is tourism. Now, if you start killing people that are coming in to enjoy a good time at the beach at some of these all-inclusive resorts in Mexico, you've got less money coming in. But we're bringing all that violence into our country. While the Homeland Security Secretary and Karine Jean-Pierre and Joe Biden on a daily basis try to tell us, these are just people looking for a better way of life. They're coming here for a job. Yeah, okay. Two headlines, or two stories, that Joe needs to hear on his way to Brownsville later this morning. Now, these are on top of all the reports we've had in recent weeks. Cops being assaulted in Chicago. Cops caught on film being beaten in the streets by illegals in New York. The death of the woman that went out for a jog there, the jog the other day in Georgia. Brutally murdered. Let's start adding on. Maybe we can just have a segment every morning where we're coming to talk about the illegals that are killing and destroying this country. An illegal immigrant arrested Sunday for the alleged rape of a 14-year-old female minor and the alleged robbery and stabbing of another victim. The Kenner Police Department announced that the Louisiana Police Force arrested Angel Mateus Castellanos Orlando, a 19-year-old illegal from Honduras, on Sunday. He was arrested for armed robbery, aggravated battery, first-degree rape, and aggravated assault, according to the department. The arrest came as a result of two separate investigations. Police explained law enforcement officials labeled him a suspect last week in a first-degree rape and aggravated assault case involving the 14-year-old female. During that investigation, police department worked with Immigration and Customs Enforcement, who issued a federal ICE detainer. The Kenner police explained that Castellanos was arrested Sunday after committing an armed robbery and stabbing a victim. Taken into custody on scene and booked accordingly, WVUE reported that Castellanos allegedly stabbed the victim multiple times in both his face and back after demanding the victim hand over his property. Stabbing victim was transported to a hospital and is listed in stable condition. He was just looking for a job. Next on the list, an illegal alien from El Salvador has been arrested and charged with murder in connection to the February 8th slaying of a 2-year-old Maryland boy. Jeremy Poo Caceres, and the grievously wounding of the boy's mother. Prior to allegedly killing the child, the Salvadoran national had twice been arrested and twice freed in a nearby sanctuary county, despite an outstanding removal order and detainer request from immigration officials. According to the Prince George County Police, a detective working in the area of Kawana Street heard gunfire and attempted to locate the source. What the detective ultimately found was a dying toddler beside his wounded mother. Jeremy Poo Caceres was taken to a hospital where he died shortly thereafter. His 17-year-old mother, apparently struck in the leg, survived the attack and was released from the hospital days later. Police indicated the mother and the child were not the intended targets. Witness reportedly saw two of the suspected shooters take shots at another group of thugs during a dispute over drug territory, striking Jeremy and his mother. The boy's mother, whose identity has been concealed in some reports because she's a teen victim and a witness, claimed she was pushing her son in a stroller when these two groups of thugs began shooting. I grabbed my son and tried to save him. That's all I could think about. The initial identification, 4 suspects, including a 15-year-old male and a 16-year-old, both of whom have been charged as adults. Police also arresting Israel Fuentes Jr. and Johnny Alejandro Tarucos, 28 years old. They later arrested 25-year-old Nielsen Granados Trejo, an illegal alien from El Salvador. Granados Trejo is being held at the Department of Corrections on a no bond status. But here's your drug gang members, your cartel members. Yeah, they're coming in. Yeah, what Horse Feathers was alluding to is, I guess that was on his local news this past evening. Some gang called 39 Babies. Well, the zip code 39, where most of these gang members resided in that zip code. Yeah, 10 murders that this gang had committed and a number of other crimes, wreaking havoc, terrorizing, I believe it said the north and the northeast side of Baltimore. As this border remains open with each passing day, get ready for these sort of headlines showing up in a community near you. Thanks to all these nice people coming into America looking for a job. Now, not all of them are. Some of these individuals are coming for a better way of life. Many of them are coming to exploit and terrorize this country, sadly. Problem is, we just don't know who the hell we are, who they are. They come in, they give a name. You don't know if it's real or fictitious. But literally within hours, they're set loose. They're headed to a city near you. It's 844-844-3388. Horse Feathers wanted you heard that deal about Wendy's? Is that what you're calling back about? Hey, they're not going they're not going to increase prices at lunch and dinner time. They're actually going to reduce prices when things are slower, right?
Exactly. So they got the digital board so they don't have to pay their help to spend time to change the prices to what they want them to be, because we know they're going to increase prices because they have to pay their employees $15, $20, $25 an hour. But they're not going to increase the prices while they're not going to have surge pricing to increase the prices. They're just going to have high prices, and then when they want to have, better
when things
prices
slow down, 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon,
they're going to decrease the prices.
You can, since you can get a better deal if you get hungry at 2 or 3 in the afternoon.
That's right. Oh, you can't make this stuff up, Your Honor. You just can't make it up. It's unbelievable. But, so the other thing there about the illegals and all that coming in is they have as much or more rights than we do, because if you try to protect yourself from them, you're going to get in trouble for protecting yourself, keep them trying to keep them to do something to you, and they can pretty much just get away with it. So that's the sad part about that whole thing of them coming into the country and just being able to run rampant and do whatever they want, is that, you know, us people that own property and want to protect our families, we'll be the ones that get in trouble for doing that when they're just running willy-nilly up and down the streets doing whatever they want, stealing and selling drugs and killing people. But that's all right. So, but anyways, yeah, I just caught that Wendy's bit there, and hey, we just talked about that last night, but I'm glad to see they're not going to have surge pricing here. They're not going to increase surge pricing or anything like that and make the prices go up at all. They're just going to let them come down from being overpriced.
Yeah, you know, the reason the report had just come out the prior day about the surge pricing, and it was garnering lots of social media attention, and almost immediately people were saying, boycott Wendy's. Boycott. The response was not favorable, and the story we shared last evening said that people are not going to like this idea of getting ripped off at lunchtime or dinner time. They immediately changed the narrative. But that's where we are.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. A New York judge has rejected Donald Trump's plea to halt penalties in his civil fraud case while he appeals. The request to suspend the enforcement of over $450 million in penalties was denied Wednesday. Trump's legal team proposed a $100 million bond during the appeals process, citing inability to cover the full amount. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer said on Wednesday on the Senate floor that lawmakers are very close to reaching an agreement to fund the government and prevent a shutdown by the end of the week.
I'm hopeful that soon we will have an agreement for keeping the government open beyond Friday's deadline. We'll keep working very diligently today, and I ask my colleagues to stay flexible and be ready to act quickly when the time comes.
If Congress does not take action, parts of the government will face a shutdown starting Friday night, with a complete shutdown looming by March 8th. Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell announced Wednesday that he will step down from his GOP leadership position in November, citing the need for the next generation of leadership.
Now it's 2024. I'm now 82. As Ecclesiastes tells us, to everything there is a season and a time to every purpose.
McConnell said he will remain in his role until the November elections and that he will serve out the remainder of his term, which concludes in January 2027. Hunter Biden told House Republicans that his father was never engaged in any of his business endeavors. He testified behind closed doors Wednesday in the Republican-led impeachment inquiry into the president. The Super Tuesday primaries on March 5th could effectively pave the way for a Biden-Trump rematch in November. Former President Trump currently holds a delegate lead of 122 to 24 over Nikki Haley, putting him potentially within a few hundred delegates of securing the Republican nomination. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Comedian Richard Lewis has passed away at the age of 76. He died at his Los Angeles residence Tuesday following a heart attack. Lewis had disclosed his battle with Parkinson's disease last year. He notably portrayed a fictionalized version of himself on the popular series Curb Your Enthusiasm. Texas Governor Greg Abbott has declared a disaster in 60 counties due to a wildfire in the Texas Panhandle. The Smokehouse Creek fire, which has consumed 500,000 acres since Monday, is expected to expand further. According to the Texas A&M Forest Service, this wildfire ranks as the second largest in the state's history. Say it ain't so. Many Macy's stores will be closing. Laura Winters reports.
Turning now to the economy, your favorite Macy's store could be closing over the next 3 years. The company says 150 underperforming stores, about 30% of its locations, will shut down. 350 stores will remain open. We only know of one store for sure that's closing in San Francisco. The area has become extremely dangerous and overrun with homeless people and drugs.
Chrysler's recalling over 338,000 Jeep Grand Cherokees due to a steering wheel problem that could result in the wheel coming loose and causing drivers to lose control. The recall encompasses 2021 through 23 Jeep Grand Cherokee L and 2022 and 23 Jeep Grand Cherokee models. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
another hour. Here we go. Working our way into, I guess we'll call it Leap Day. Made it through Hump Day. It's a Thursday. It's 29th day of February, though. I saw a message from Terry a little bit earlier, about an hour ago. He said yesterday, 76 degrees in northern Missouri. And then it dropped to 10 degrees this morning. The Duramax L5P started right up thanks to Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment Plus Winter Defense. Yes, indeed. All of a sudden, we are like back to old man winter. And I have a sneaky suspicion the way things warmed up last week, some drivers may not have been treating their fuel like, I don't need it now. All of a sudden, yep, you need it again. All right, who else in the mix? Hello to Rick in Columbus. I think he said something about had a tornado, just barely missed him yesterday. Too close for comfort. Hit Whitehall, about 5 minutes from him. Yeah, that's cutting it close. All right. Pap says, after I shared the stories there a few minutes ago, the El Salvador, Honduras, might these be the bad hombres that Trump was telling us about? Bingo! It's exactly what Trump was talking about. And do you remember how much hell they gave Donald Trump when he talked about a lot of bad hombres coming across that southern border? He was 100% correct, and we're only going to see more of that with each passing day. Lesson to be learned, I guess, in the trucking industry, or I guess in the vehicle industry. I don't care if it's cars or trucks, but do not mess with your emission control devices. Long story short, it's going to cost you dearly in the long run. Michigan Diesel Shop has been ordered to pay a $750,000 fine for their part in a scheme to disable emission control devices on hundreds of semis over a 3-year period. Last Friday, the U.S. Attorney for the Western District of Michigan announced the sentencing for Diesel Freak LLC, as well as several individuals conspiring to violate the Clean Air Act. On top of the fine, the company was also ordered to serve a term of probation. The owner of the business, Ryan Lalone, along with several employees, sentenced to a 1-year probation. The company and the individual defendants pleading guilty to charges of conspiring to violate the Clean Air Act. This kind of wraps up a case where 14 defendants were ultimately charged. This case is one of the largest of its kind ever charged in the United States. Today's sentence sends a clear message. Polluters who break environmental laws will be held accountable, according to the U.S. Attorney. From about 2015 through November of 2018, the Gaylord, Michigan-based shop conducted what they call remote programming or tuning of onboard diagnostic systems, including deletion of environmental controls, allowing those diesel engines for large open road trucks to work cheaper. No environmental restrictions, obviously causing pollution beyond what is allowed by law. Ryan Lalone told the court that about 70% of his company's business came from fuel emission control deletions. Guess there was a lot of demand for that service out there. I thought the number was included somewhere down the line. I think like something like 350, 370 trucks that they had completely deleted the emission control systems over the years. All right, it's all fun and games till you get caught, I guess. Morning, Knuckle Buster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers, and happy leap year day to you. All I can say about Mitch McConnell is all of God's children said amen. Well, I got a question for you. Tennessee's looking at buying a 2021 Subaru Ascent. I think you've got a Subaru, right?
I've got the Outback.
Okay. Are they pretty good vehicles?
I like them. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I've never had a Subaru. I'm strictly a Chevrolet man myself, or a Ford man, either one. I'll drive both of them, but that's what she's looking at getting. So I told her, I said, well, it don't make no difference. I'll figure out how to work on it eventually, right?
Yeah. I mean, I
go ahead. I'm sorry.
I leased mine, and it was a 3-year lease, and my lease is coming up here literally in like two months. I think April or May. April, I think it is. My lease is ending. So I mean, it's got low miles on it. I actually I'm inclined to want to just go ahead and buy out. Purchase, pay off what would be the loan, what's left on the vehicle. Princess wants to turn it in and do another 3-year lease, and I'm thinking, I mean, you do a 3-year lease, you never actually own a car, though. I mean, you never pay the damn thing off. You're always you're going to be making payments forever. I'd rather pay it off.
I agree. Well, I just buy used cars. I never buy a brand new, and I bought Tennessee a brand new one time, but most of them have been secondhand, low mileage, like the lease program thing. They trade them back in. That 2019 Silverado that I gave $23,000 for, it was 30,000 miles on it, so I think I got a pretty good deal out of it anyway there, so. That's what she's looking. We got a 16-year-old granddaughter needing a car, so Tennessee wants to get the Subaru, me take the Silverado, and then me hand that 2000 Ford off to my granddaughter, so that I drive back and forth to work. But that's a good old truck. It's got a Ford Mustang motor in it, and they get down there on Shelby Drive and try to run over me, and then I show them what it's all about there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, all that snow out west there, they don't call it Donner's Pass for nothing. I mean, that was a bad deal on them people back in the Wild Wild West there, I'm just curious, whatever happened to that Republicans' contract with America? How come they still ain't doing all that good stuff for us? I done forgot who was Speaker of the House that come up with that. It wasn't Tip O'Neill. It was somebody after him. I done forgot what his name was. He gets over there and runs his head on Fox News every now and then, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's hard to top Lone Ranger's comedy there. That was pretty dang funny there. So, and it's always her before me in my book there. So. That's the way you make a marriage last 43 years there, right?
Yeah, bingo.
Yeah. Everyone has a right to vote for who they think is the best one to lead our country. I don't care who you vote for whoever you want. Don't make me. And I'm just curious. He mentioned Reverend Al. I know Reverend Al. I don't think Reverend Al passed away. Is Jesse Jackson still with us?
I think they're both still around.
Okay, might be. Well, that boy that killed that college girl down there in Georgia, it's a good thing he didn't kill my granddaughter, because I can promise his family one thing: from a place that they'll never see will come a sound that they'll never hear, but it's going to affect their life forever.
Yeah.
Hey, I would like to see Joe Biden stand up on national TV and just tell me 93, 86, 79, 72, 65, and go all the way down to 0. And then I'll know he's okay, right?
All righty. We're counting backwards by what now?
That's one of the that's one of the tests they pull on you when you check your cognitive ability is count from 100 to 0 by 7. So if you can do that, I figured once I got down to 65, that was enough, right? So anyway, you got a great show going. I'm doing that 737 coming out of the sky. Won't you take me down to Memphis on a midnight flight? And I'm almost into Memphis, Mr. Steve Summers. You got a great show going. Have a great day, buddy.
All right, thank you much. And who's that? Craig said Contract of America, Newt Gingrich. I kind of remember that. Contract with America. Hello to Slowpoke. Let me see here. Hello, Steve and company. 26 degrees here in Leavenworth, Indiana. Headed to Kansas. It was 72 degrees back home in North Carolina. Sounds like here in a couple of days we'll be warming back up once again. A short-lived cold snap, which, hey, right on cue for astronomical spring, March 1. We'll kind of technically be saying, hey, springtime arriving tomorrow. Then the official arrival, I think it's the 19th. Seeing it's a leap year. We got 29 days in February, so I think it arrives on the 19th of March. The official arrival of springtime.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I pulled up a few of the numbers from FreightWaves. They're talking about the number of weekly load posts from DAT1. Now, I know there's, I don't know how many different load boards are available out there. I know DAT1 is a big one. But it's based on the numbers, it sounds like, is freight still mighty darn slow out there? The number of weekly load posts on DAT1 fell 8.6% for the week ending February 23rd, dropping below 600,000 for the first time since the pandemic lockdowns in April of 2020. Total number of load posts was down 59% year over year. And the number of reefer load posts was the lowest for any full week since at least 2017, according to the news release from DAT. Van loads down 15% compared to the previous week, down 63% lower year over year. Reefer loads down 16.6% week over week, 64% year over year. Flatbed loads were up 1.1% week over week, and 53% lower year over year. Truck posts fell 3% down, 18% year over year. The total number of trucks on the network fell 3.3%, 18% lower year over year, and down 20% compared to the same week of 2020. Okay, so the number of trucks on the network, is that because they're using other load boards? I'm not exactly sure how that all works. And I know Senior Heatwave isn't using a load board, so he wouldn't have a clue. Morning, Heatwave.
I heard that, Senor. Good morning. No, we're having shortages of loads as well, it's my understanding. So I'm just hoping it gets better. They had sent me to Tucson from Phoenix yesterday morning because there's no room in Phoenix on account of spring ball. So this evening they sent me from Tucson to Phoenix, and then they decided they were going to send me to Riverside with the same load because they just didn't have anything else to send me with. I thought, well, why in the hell didn't you just send me to Riverside to begin with? But, you know, I'm happy I'm running, so I ain't going to complain too much. There was a comedian on the Greg Gutfeld show earlier today, and they were talking about Biden and Trump. And he says, yes, Biden's going to be in Brownsville where they had only 12 illegal aliens, and I don't want to call them migrants because they're not. They're illegal aliens. If they want to be migrants, they can come through the proper channels, the proper doors. You know, this crossing over the border saying, I'm an American since I'm here. Nah, crap. That's full of, well, anyways. And he says, you know, you got Biden in Brownsville and you have Trump in Eagle Pass. And he says, wouldn't it be something if Trump went ahead and went down to Brownsville and demanded or challenged Biden to a debate right there? And I thought, boy, that is brilliant. That would be nice if that would happen. So it won't, but it would be nice. I mean, you can see the contrast. Now, Texas, they didn't go all the way up and down to Rio Grande with the razor wire, did they? They just cut it off there at Eagle Pass. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's my understanding. Yeah, they took over whatever the name of that park located there at Eagle Pass was, and yeah, they were stretching out the razor wire all up, and then the number of crossings dropped exponentially.
Yes. Well, who wants to grab a piece of metal and get your fingers cut or cut off? You know.
Yep.
It'd be a great way to lose weight. You happen to walk in there sideways, but you know, be a little painful. So, as far as Budweiser goes, that Dylan McNutty or whatever the hell its name is, have they dumped that nut, or are they still sponsoring its lavish living?
They never officially even hired they never really hired them. They made those promotional cans, and then he took to social media, kind of celebrating and showing off his special cans and all this, and now the advertising company that actually did the cans for her, they've ditched that company, and they fired several other executives, and the only thing they never really did was come back and apologize to their fan base, saying, we screwed up, we apologize.
So they don't want to offend the other side.
Correct.
It's kind of like with the Veterans Administration. You go to the VA hospitals, and during June, the Gay Pride Month, they say, we're proud to serve the alphabet community, the alphabet veterans. And I thought, well, when are they going to come out and say, we're proud to serve, the Caucasian Christian or the Caucasian Jewish straight veterans or the African American veterans? Stop with this inclusiveness. Right now, the black community is raising 9/10 of just all sorts of hell because the money that was given to that section to help those people out is being given to the illegal aliens. And they're not saying we're black, that money is ours. They're saying we are Americans. That money was for us. And if it weren't for the Reverend Al Sharpton, the only reason why he's doing this is because he's broke. He needs to refill his coffers, and that's the only reason why he gets up there and raises all that kind of cane. But they're starting to see that it's affecting not only the Caucasian, the Hispanics, but it's affecting them as well. And they're saying, hey, we are Americans.
Correct.
Which is what Trump has been saying all this time. And then when Trump was there saying, I need $5 billion to build this wall or $10 billion. Oh, we don't have the money. We just don't have the money. And now they have all this money to give away. And it's like, you know what? If you're going to go after these special interest groups in countries to protect their own damn borders, not protect ours, pay off student loans for people that went and did underwater basket weaving, tell you what, go ahead and pay off my mortgage because
my mortgage, my student loans. Hey, we got to pause there.
USA News Update. Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell announced Wednesday that he will step down from his GOP leadership position in November, citing the need for the next generation of leadership.
Now it's 2024. I'm now 82.
McConnell stated he will remain in his role until the November elections, but will serve out the remainder of his term, which concludes in January 2027. Hunter Biden has informed House Republicans that his father was never engaged in any of his business endeavors. He testified behind closed doors Wednesday in the Republican-led impeachment inquiry into the president. In his opening statement, Hunter accused Republicans of propagating innuendo and disregarding evidence in their investigation. The Super Tuesday primaries on March 5th could effectively pave the way for a Biden-Trump rematch in November. Former President Trump currently holds a delegate lead of 122-24 over Nikki Haley. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty, well, as we speak, where it's still technically Wednesday evening on the West Coast, indeed the rain is moving in along the coastal areas, and you await the accumulating snow to begin spreading across the higher terrain. Winds picking up as well. Oregon, Northern California, Northwest Nevada by later this morning. Could be talking some 40 to 60 mile per hour winds. Nearly blizzard conditions. But the heavy snow expands through the northern and central Sierra through the day Thursday. And we're going to be adding up feet of snow. Feet of snow in 24 hours. Yeah, snow later today is expected to be falling 2 to 4 inches per hour. Portions of the Sierra Nevada and portions of the Klamath Mountains areas could see 4 to 8 feet of snow. About 5,000 foot level and higher. As the precip moves through northern and central California, snow levels are going to drop. Possible they could dip as low as maybe 2,000 feet in the Siskiyous during the worst of the storm. So major passes will be impacted severely. And we're talking highly traveled for several days. They could be shut down. 4 to 8 feet expected over Donner Pass. It's estimated 30,000 cars, 6,200 semis cross Donner on a daily basis when it's open there. So the preparations, well, you should have been prepared by now. Power outages are likely as winds gust upwards of 40 to 60 miles per hour. Potentially dangerous situation if you don't have access to a generator with the temperatures dropping there, all right, a lot of snow from the Sierra Nevada coming their way. All right, welcome back, Heat Wave. Thanks for hanging in there.
I'm sorry, I'm out on a rant and didn't see what time it was. My fault. Yeah, I wonder if they're going to route them through Susanville to get around Donner Pass. I mean, that'd be about an hour north of Reno, hour and a half, and then taking them to cut across the north side of the mountains. Pretty much flat land that way, forested. Wow, that is going to create a hell of a mess.
Yep.
But anyways, to get back to the rant, you know, these students are getting a break by getting their loans forgiven. They really didn't do anything except go to school. And you and I and others are going to have to pay for it through the taxes. These illegal aliens are getting free everything. Where are they getting the money from? You and I and everyone else that works. So they've done interviews with some of them who said, you know what, I have no intention of getting a job. I'm just going to get all the benefits that your government can give me. I mean, there's no disincentive. Is that a word? There's nothing there to keep these people out. All they see is freebies. We should be living high off the hog. They shouldn't be getting squat. If anyone, it should be getting, you know, a great benefit. Well, you got the military, you've got first responders, and then we have people like you that are, you know, out there providing a forum for us to talk. I mean, good Lord. I mean, there's a lot of people out here that could use the help with all that money we're giving away in these countries that are getting aid. You know, Israel, I give them a free pass. I mean, they are the chosen. Let's help them as much as we can. But, I mean, all these other countries that are getting aid from us, you know, when you give somebody aid, that means you're not expecting anything back in return. I think it's about damn time we start turning that money valve off and stop the flow of money to these other countries. I mean, we can't even take care of our own selves. You know, if they want more munitions, if they want more money, hell, isn't Ukraine part of the European Union or right there getting close to being part of it?
Yeah, they're not a part of it
well,
yet.
Let the European Union take care of it.
They were. I mean, that was part part of the reason is Ukraine was the discussion about their becoming a NATO member, and that's too close. You know, Putin said no, not on my back door.
Well, if Putin weren't such of a horse's butt, maybe we wouldn't have this situation. But be that as it may, all this money we're giving out, what is in it for us? Where's the return? Where's the monetary return?
Right.
We're not going to get that money back. So, and we provide so many services for people. I mean, if you or me or anybody else that speaks English goes to Mexico, we're not going to have, you know, all the services that we are giving those that come here that speak Spanish, that speak, you know, Swahili or whatever, Chinese. If we go to their country, they're going to expect us to have a working knowledge of their language. Over here,
There's no assimilation, right?
You know, none at all.
They want to bring their traditions into our country, and we're supposed to bend and twist to accommodate them.
Well, you know, I agree that you need, if you have traditions in the family, if you have the background, save that. Yes, keep that. But you are now in this country, you need to assimilate. There was a case in Santa Fe, New Mexico, that I went to in a jury pool, and I quickly disqualified myself because the woman that was going after this one gentleman for more money did not speak English. But she had been here 25 years. And I said, are you telling me that you have no desire to assimilate to our culture? And my tax money has got to pay for this translator because you're too, well, that was the end of me in that case. So, I mean, sometimes, I don't know. It's the world. It's a mad world out there. I don't know. But anyways, I was going to say, last week I was driving on I-10 here in Arizona. I hit a bump in the interstate so hard that it knocked the key from the run position to between the off position and the run position.
Yeah.
And I mean, here I am going down the road, and all my gauges are zero except for the speedometer, and that's going down slowly. I reached over and turned the key to the right a little bit, and everything came back on. I mean, this state highway system sucks. New Mexico ain't much better. And for as much money as they get on road taxes from the fuel taxes, and then what they get in registration, I think that if they don't use that money to fix the roads, give it right back to the people. I mean, they can spend that money a hell of a lot better than what the states do. So, anyways, I'm done for tonight. Senor, you have yourself a good night,
all right,
and we'll holler at you tomorrow.
Have a good day. Safe travels out there. No, if there's any money left over there's nothing left over. And anywhere we can find money right now, we need tent cities. Meanwhile, the update on the armed forces. Hey, we've been struggling for several years. For some reason, we cannot meet our recruitment goals. So word is the U.S. Army is simply going to reduce the size of its force by roughly 24,000 troops as they continue to struggle to meet recruitment goals. According to the new document on the structural transformation of the U.S. Army, the decrease in the size of military service is intended to position the Army to be better equipped to fight future wars. They outlined multiple ways the Army's planning to invest in a restructuring of the force, claiming that force reductions are necessary. While making these investments and adding formations, the Army must also reduce force structure to protect readiness in light of decreased end strength. The Army is currently significantly overstructured, meaning there are not enough soldiers to fill out existing units and organizations. Now, the report was a considerable portion of the jobs that will be eliminated by the Army were counterinsurgency positions that increased during the Iraq War and Afghanistan War. Most of the positions are already empty. The Army is not asking current soldiers to leave, they say. They went on to say, as the Army builds back end strength over the next few years, most installations will likely see an increase in the number of soldiers actually stationed there. The plan includes the reduction of approximately 10,000 positions connected with the counterinsurgency operation, 2,700 positions from units that are not regularly deployed, 6,500 additional posts and training positions. Additionally, roughly 10,000 positions from cavalry squadrons, security force assistance brigades, infantry brigade combat teams, and Stryker brigade combat teams will be cut. On the other hand, the Army's plan also announced the addition of 7,500 troops for critical operations such as counter-drone units, air defense units, and 5 new task forces. But we know they've been struggling to meet the recruitment goals for the past several years. Department of Defense previously reported the Army, Navy, and Air Force all fell short of their recruitment goals last year. The Army gained over 50,000 recruits, well short of the 65,000 they anticipated. The Associated Press said the Army also missed their fiscal year 2022 recruitment goal by roughly 15,000. 15,000 2 years in a row, 30,000 would be the number then. What's going on with Philip this morning? Off to work we go.
Just watching all these crazy drivers out here on I-4. I love it, man. It's just great. It's a great road, man, I tell you. So, but how you doing today, buddy?
Doing all right. Hey, it's Friday Eve, I'd like to put it.
Well, today, technically, if you wanted to look at it, today is technically my Friday. Because I only work 4 days a week at Disney, so it's like that. Today is technically my Friday, but it is what it is. But I'll start my Monday at the other job tomorrow, so you know how that goes. You were just talking about that Army deal there. I thought it was interesting. You said that they're going to increase the amount of folks for drones and that kind of stuff. Well, that's pretty much what's going to happen. I mean, eventually they're going to have more people flying drones and that kind of equipment instead of guys out there with their guns hanging around. So, but saw something yesterday, Steve, that kind of sounded interesting to me. You know who John Deere is, right, Steve?
Well, like the tractor guy?
You got it. All right, so I seen a demo of a John Deere tractor. It's a big tractor, one of those ones that they use out there when they, seed and all that, and big, huge ones. They have come out with a tractor that doesn't have DEF. Have you heard of anything like that, Steve?
Not really. I don't pay a whole lot of attention to the farming side.
Yeah, I mean, they've come out with an engine that does all the cleaning, for the exhaust and whatnot, without DEF. I mean, I'm still checking it out. It's a big tractor. It's one of and what amazes me, I think, is like 800 horsepower. It's a big tractor. I think it's called a 9X, if I remember right. That was the number on it. But it kind of interested me that they got rid of the DEF and they got it certified without DEF. So I'm still checking it out, though, to see how that engine's set up and how things are going with it. But that'd be something if we could develop an engine without DEF and still do the same thing as the DEF. So, but you were talking about tuning trucks earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, I'd be curious as to how they were able to accomplish that without going through the process using the DEF.
Yeah, because the DEF is used in the scrubbing process of the exhaust, but I was really interested when I saw the demo that they said on the demo that this tractor does not require DEF. It's actually got a system on it for filling it up with fuel, just like an airplane has with a center point. So if any of those guys out there working with airplanes years ago, they have a center point attachment. Instead of having the hand fill, for your gasoline or your diesel, with jet fuel, they use a center point. They clamp it up onto a fuel manifold and fill the plane up. Well, they have the same thing for this tractor. And I know they've been using them a little bit for trains, too. I mean, they still do the old traditional handle deal for the trains, but they're getting away from. They want to get away from them fumes going in the air, so they have this center point. But it really interested me what they had going on with this tractor. You know, one of the biggest problems they have with tractors, Steve, I never thought about this. You know, when you're out in a field and they're working out there and you got all that dust rolling around and it clogs up your radiator.
Mm-hmm.
On this tractor, they actually made it to where the fan on the tractor reverses, okay, and it blows air back through the radiator, and it cleans the radiator of all the debris that's on the front of the radiator. So the fan, it has a reversible blades that literally pitch and turn, and they blow the air back through the radiator, and it blows all the chaff and all the junk that comes from corn or whatever you're working with that clogs up your radiator. Because every day they have to blow the radiator out, and they do it periodically through the day to keep the radiator from, the tractor from overheating. So they've developed this for this tractor, which is kind of cool. That's some pretty neat technology there.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of neat things out there. I just wish they would adapt some of this stuff to trucks. I know trucks are kind of pushed down the line when it comes to it. So it's kind of funny, though, you were mentioning about those boards and how the load count has fell down. Now, is there any kind of software out there that watches all the boards, Steve, or is it just you watch one board at a time?
That's my question. I mean, I don't. Maybe somebody else out there can answer it. I know DAT, D-A-T, DAT loads. That's a big name, but
yeah, I mean, you think about it. Even watching our credit, they have multiple institutions that watch our credit.
Yep.
And they can watch it. Why can't they have that for the load boards and all the other technology out there? And we were talking about space debris the other day. I found out something interesting that happened yesterday. You know that our timed satellite that just got launched, it almost got hit by a Russian satellite yesterday. Did you hear anything
Is that right?
about that, Steve?
No, I didn't. Oddly, we were talking about just that, though.
Yeah, these two satellites almost hit each other. It was almost a collision. They moved them off, but they came really, really super close. And that timed one, we just launched it. It hasn't been up there but maybe a couple of weeks of that. And they're also talking about the ESA, which is the European Space Agency. They are going to be developing a satellite that's going to be going up and cleaning up the mess. And they want to put these satellites in a bank, and they can just go up there and clean the mess up, and then they can I don't know if they're going to transport the debris back down to here or how it's going to happen, what's going to happen with all the debris and once it's contained. But the ESA is looking at doing it. They're looking at setting up satellites that go up there and they just clean the atmosphere, get all the junk out of there. So pretty cool stuff happening. Also, Steve, they did it again in the Red Sea. You know those Houthi guys, they sunk a fertilizer ship. Did you hear anything about that one, Steve?
Was that about a week ago, maybe?
I think it was around the 18th.
Okay.
And this ship is capable of carrying that. They say the numbers on it. They said it has 32,000 tons, which the ship is only, from what I've seen, it only could hold about 26,000 tons, but they don't know if the numbers are right on it. But they hit it with a pretty substantial missile. And I guess all the ships that have been hit out there, the ordnance hasn't really went off on it. They've had, fires, explosions from fuel and whatever was on the ship. But they didn't have any where the ordnance actually tapped in and got the ship itself and took it out. And this one here, they seem to think that the ordnance actually went off, and it's a legitimate hit, on their behalf with their ordnance. But the whole back of the ship is down in the water. It's sinking right now. It's probably going to break apart and dump all the fertilizer out of it, the way it's looking into the Red Sea. and it's over there not too far from Oman and all that. So just have to see what happens with that. They're going to try to tow it out, but we only have, our tugs are not that far away from it, but we don't have that many of them, and they don't know if they're going to have enough to actually get that ship out of there before it sinks. So them guys are getting crazy over there in that area, and you're going to have to watch them a little bit more. So that's all I got today, buddy. I appreciate you having me.
Hey, as always, good to hear from you. Safe journey on into work this Thursday morning. All right. Did we mention last evening? I think we may have touched on it. If you weren't with us, let's kick off a new study. FMCSA kicking off a new study to determine how detention time impacts truck drivers' safety. They've recently put out the call for public comments on a planned study to collect data on commercial motor vehicles' detention time, which is defined as extra time commercial vehicle operators wait at the shipping and receiving facilities. We know the ins and the out. They say the study will collect data for 12 months from 80 commercial carriers and 2,500 drivers using electronic logging devices, transportation management systems, vehicle telematics systems, safety records, and answers to questions delivered through the dispatching system. In case you had missed that. It's another study because we don't know enough about detention time after all these years, right? News break, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Corey Myers. Farmers in Texas aren't sure what's alive and what's not at this point. The fast-moving fires in the Panhandle have left 60 counties under a fire disaster declaration. 300,000 acres of land burned in the Smokehouse Creek fire. Here's meteorologist Chad Myers.
That is the size of 2 football fields per second. That is 30% of Long Island, and it didn't start until 2 o'clock yesterday.
Several other wildfires are also burning nearby, fueled by high winds and dry air, and some flames crossing into Oklahoma border towns. The funeral of Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny, who died earlier this month in a remote Arctic penal colony, will be held Friday in Moscow after several locations declined to host the service. His funeral will be held at a church in Moscow, with the burial to follow at a nearby cemetery. Most venues say they were fully booked, or some flat out refusing when they heard who the funeral was for. The funeral was originally planned for Thursday, the same day as Russian President Putin's annual address to the Federal Assembly, but no venue would agree to hold it then. New York City Mayor Eric Adams is done with his city being a sanctuary city for migrants after a series of well-publicized crimes allegedly committed by migrants. Adams wants a modification of the laws that make New York a sanctuary city. Adams said that migrants who commit serious crimes should be deported, and the city should be able to communicate with federal ICE agents. In his speech, Adams said, "If you commit a felony, a violent act, we should be able to turn you over to ICE and have you deported." This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty, and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
The most magical place on earth is turning into the most expensive. Walt Disney World has put 2025 tickets on sale, and they are higher than this year. Some of the lowest single-day, single-park ticket prices have gone up by $10 for next year. The maximum single-day, single-park ticket published price for 2025 right now is $189. That's the same as the peak for this year. Gary Sinise's son, McKenna Anthony Mac Sinise, died on January 5th from a rare form of cancer called chordoma. He was just 33 years old. The actor, famous for his roles in Forrest Gump, Apollo 13, The Green Mile, and CSI New York, made the announcement yesterday, posting a photo of his son on Instagram with text over the photo that read, "In honor and memory of McKenna Mac Sinise, 1990 to 2024. The actor said his son was diagnosed in 2018, the very same year his wife, Moira Harris, was diagnosed with stage 3 breast cancer, but she now is cancer-free after months of treatment. Best Supporting Actor nominee Ryan Gosling will be performing his hit song, I'm Just Ken, from the movie Barbie at this year's Oscar ceremony on March 10th. The song nominated for Best Original Song. I'm Corey Myers, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, performance, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, there's not a whole lot of time left to get registered. Who will be this week's winner? The Big Rig Duo Pack from Hot Shot Secret. The Big Rig Duo, that's two 64-ounce Hot Shot Secret stick shift eliminators and two 64-ounce Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme. Yeah, $200 value. It's very simple to enter via Facebook. Just follow the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and comment Hot Shot Secret. Now keep in mind, if you entered for last week, we refresh. You have to re-enter again to be in this week's drawing, and this is actually the third week. We got to every Friday we pull a winner, and then reset, so you have to re-enter for this week's drawing. I don't think I had mentioned that. I think some folks thought, well, I entered a couple of weeks ago, so no, each week we got to reset the clock or reset the entry list and repost via the Steve Summers Overnight Drive page. There you go. Hot Shot Secret. That's all you got to post in comments. Well, if you can believe Elon Musk, can we? It was back in 2017 when they unveiled the second-generation Roadster. Fast forward to this past day, February 8th of 2024, we still haven't seen it. But if, as I said, if we're to believe Elon Musk, the wait is almost over. He took to X, his social media platform, to talk about the long overdue performance electric vehicle. Now, if there's one guy in the auto biz who knows how to hype up a product, this is the guy. He made some rather bold statements to advertise the new Roadster, saying, quote, "There will never be another car like this, if you could even call it a car. I think it's a shot at being the most mind-blowing product demo of all time." And apparently it'll do 0 to 60 in less than 1 second. What? Yeah, Tesla's top brass went on to mention the design has been finalized and we'll get to see the production model somewhere toward the end of this year. The goal is to kick off customer deliveries at some time next year. But knowing the company's modus operandi, you can never be sure. Considering roughly 6.5 years have passed since the concept debuted. It was originally claimed to reach 60 miles per hour in 1.9 seconds, 0 to 100 in 4.2 seconds, with a quarter-mile time of 8.8 seconds. The all-wheel drive machine with 4 seats promises to exceed 250 miles an hour and cover 620 miles on a single charge. Now, this next Roadster is supposed to have a removable glass roof that goes in the trunk when not in use. Maybe we'll even be talking about a flying Tesla next time around. Musk claimed the car would do 0 to 60 in 1.1 seconds. I mean, that's like pulling some G's, ain't it? Well, good morning, Pappy. What's happening?
What's going on, Steve? Man, you know, when we were kids, Steve, we were told by now in this day and age, we'd be all flying around in flying cars, man. A little disappointed.
Yeah, all right. And remember, we were supposed to have the jet packs, kind of like Iron Man. We'd be able to fly with our jet packs.
Man. God. Come on, man, get with it. No, man, horse feathers, they gone. He's reminiscing about the old trucking show, Steve, and kind of disappointed, man. I thought he would throw that 2021 trucking show in there where he had the pleasure of being live on the air with Pappy with Your Honor.
Yeah.
He didn't even bring that up. Jeez. Thank God, man. What the hell? Hey, Steve, talking about flying machines and how things we thought would be, but man, I'll tell you what, Steve, the average person, even living in the United States on government money, is living better than most people around this world. In fact, a lot better than people were living a couple hundred years ago. Wake up in the middle of the night, you gotta go to the restroom, you just walk around the corner and go. You don't have to go outside in that cold weather. Thirsty, walk in the kitchen, turn the faucet on, and get a drink of water.
Mm-hmm.
Matter of fact, you can just flip a switch and the light comes on, you can see where you're going. See, most of these illegals are coming to this country because they are like living in poverty that most Americans don't know. So when they can live off government funding, well better off than what they are living in their own country, that's kind of a no-brainer, Steve.
Who wouldn't want to take advantage of that, right? Who wouldn't want to?
Yeah, man. Especially when you got the big guys in the debates. Come on. That's what our country's about, taking care of everybody. And the White House using these daggone word salad games again, Steve, talking about this loan forgiveness, loan relief. As we all know, Steve, all debts are paid. Nothing's free in this world. Steve Summers loans the two-time world championship manure hauler $1,000. And after 6 months, he says, never mind there, Monkey Geyser, you don't have to pay me back. Well, who paid that debt, Steve? You did. If Monkey Geyser pays you back, he paid the debt. If all these students don't have to pay their loan back, who paid the debt? We did. It's that simple. Nothing in life is free, Steve. If I'm starving and I got to go out and hunt a rabbit, and I hunt that rabbit down and able to capture it, cook it, and eat it, I work for that meal, and also it cost the rabbit its life, man. It wasn't free. It's just the word games they play with us, man. But, man, you ain't lying. I must have missed it, Steve. Well, you know, me working, I wake up, come to work. I don't really hear anything, do much. But, yeah, it was a little live news day today, I guess, huh? Mitch McConnell talking about hanging it up. Eagle got that. Why don't you hang it up now, man? Dude, he's worse off than Biden, man. Not that we want to see anybody in that predicament. Come on, you know. I mean, we're human. We care about people. But, man, time to call it quits there, brother. What did you say? 4 to 8 foot of snow?
4 to 8
What,
feet.
4
yes.
inches an hour? Are
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I meant. 4 to 8 feet, like what? 2 to 4 inches an hour? Steve, that's crazy. Man, I couldn't picture that much. I've lived in Cincinnati my whole life.
So if you were in a car, if you were actually in an automobile caught out in that, your car would be buried in a matter of hours' time. You'd be.
Yeah, within an hour, you're stuck. You're not going nowhere. That's crazy, man. I mean, I lived through the blizzard of 78, 77, 78 here in Cincinnati. I'm sure you remember that, man. Walked on the Ohio River, it got so dang on cold.
Yep, sure did.
I think I told you that, man. I got about 50 feet out. We left a high school basketball game. Me and some buddies of mine, and needless to say the least, by the time we got down to the Ohio River, everybody was walking on. Man, we had that liquid courage going, Steve. I got about, 30 feet out. You could see the water running underneath the ice.
Yeah.
It started cracking. Man.
Get
you talking
back.
about sobering up real quick. I went straight back. 2 other dudes I was with, they kept going. They walked across, touched Kentucky side, and came back. Man, that's... All right, my man. That's all I got, I reckon. That's all I can think of at the time.
All right. Well, you're
about that time for me here.
Yeah, it's almost. It'll be quitting time before you know it here. Yes, indeed. Hey, one other thing. I think, did not Pappy predict last evening after Hunter's deposition the word salad that the mainstream media would be using? You nailed that one on the head. What did his lawyer have to say? Let's see. After the testimony, the Republicans produced no evidence that would do anything to support the notion that there was any financial transactions that involved Hunter with his father. Period. That's the quote from Hunter's lawyer. Now, this was a deposition. This was not a trial. This was not about presenting evidence. This was to question Hunter, people. But the media, and they'd like to have you believe that the Republicans on this committee were actually supposed to be laying out, all their chips, to prove the nefarious activities. No, it was that comes at a latter point in time. Hunter was defiant yesterday in the closed-door deposition, blasting the impeachment inquiry into his father and the family business affairs. He called it a house of cards built on lies. He said, for more than a year, your committees have hunted me in your partisan political pursuit of my dad. In his opening statement, he accused Republicans of trafficking in innuendo, distortion, sensationalism, and insisted I did not involve my father in my business. Deposition went for nearly 7 hours. And that's when Hunter's attorney comes out and made that statement about they produced no evidence. Well, they weren't there to produce evidence, ding dong. He went on to say, it seems to me that the Republican members wanted to spend more time talking about my client's addiction than they could ask any questions that had anything to do with what they call their impeachment inquiry. Of course, Karine Jean-Pierre kind of echoed that sentiment after the testimony, calling it a stunt that is dragged on for months and months. Now, Republican lawmakers had something else to say. They are not deterred by Hunter and his counsel's repudiation of their investigation. Of course, James Comer, one of the Republican chairmen leading the inquiry, came out yesterday he said it was a great deposition. And I guess based on some of the testimony, he said it actually helped back several pieces of evidence that they had gathered thus far. This is all about an impeachment inquiry. It wasn't a trial of Hunter this past day. Now, that evidence is still being gathered, and based on the testimony from Hunter, they're asking questions in ways, of course, that Hunter would have no idea, hopefully, to where he would be corroborating and putting the pieces of the puzzle so they will come together on the right day and time. But I digress. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I don't know if I'd be able to pull up the audio. Probably. See if I can pull that up here in a bit. But it was posted, the audio recording posted on YouTube, documenting a conversation between an unidentified pilot and the air traffic control operator. At the beginning of the audio, the pilot can be heard telling the air traffic control operator, well, you're going to think I'm crazy. There's something that just went from right to left to right in a blink, then flashed his lights 3 or 4 times and then vanished. When the air traffic control operator explained that whatever the pilot spotted was probably another plane that had recently been in the area. The pilot came back, noting the unidentified aircraft, quote, went 180 degrees in like a second. After the pilot shared the abnormal speed at which the UFO turned, the air traffic control operator can be heard asking the pilot to, well, let us know if you spot it again. To which he said, well, the detail, it literally went from one coast to another in front of us. Then it went up like 30 degrees, turned off its lights or whatever it had. It looked like it was a bright orangey thing. And then, since we spoke to you last, it flashed us like 3 or 4 times, and we're still looking at it now. Okay. Asked for a rough estimate regarding the location. The pilot said it appeared somewhere between maybe 60 and 80 miles from their aircraft. It looks like it's coming. It's flashing towards us, but it's definitely not an airplane. It doesn't have the strobe lights or anything on it. It's just this bright orange going on and off. Yep, that definitely wasn't a plane, the pilot said. What are we seeing up there? Okay. Let's see. Is that Eagle? You hanging in there? Good morning. Welcome back, Eagle. What we forget?
Yeah. I definitely believe whatever they saw before I get to what I got to say. I definitely believe that there's some type of technology out there that's more that we've never seen before, Steve. These people, they're not just making up stories. I do believe in these unidentified objects because these things move at a speed and directions and, stop and moves.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have this type of technology. So there's definitely something out there. I believe the government already knows that, and they, for some reason, they don't want the people to know about it. But there's definitely another species of people out there, and they're more intelligent than what we are. That's for damn sure. But yeah, Steve, I wanted to talk about something. One other thing that I forgot about earlier when it comes to I don't know if this is just a rumor. I'm just going to make one quick comment, and then I'm going to talk about what I really wanted to talk about. Maybe you could check on it there. Because I've noticed that she has been absent for the last couple of week or two. And, she's normally real outspoken. So, but like I say, I just seen a video on TikTok, and I had heard about it earlier today. But like I say, I don't know if it's a rumor or what. But there's a rumor going around that Donald Trump has fathered a baby with Mary, the green woman from out of Georgia, the politician.
Marjorie
I don't
Taylor.
know if it's, like I said, I hope it's not true.
Marjorie Taylor Greene?
Marjorie Taylor. That's what I've seen on the internet, on TikTok, and then I just seen another video on Facebook that Donald Trump and her have been in a relationship.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's true or not. It could be a rumor. I don't know, but hopefully it's not true.
Yeah.
But like I say, I like her. Yeah, she's been doing a good job in Georgia, so hopefully it's not true. But something, Steve, as we speak right now, they still haven't made a decision about the Fannie Willis deal in Georgia. They still haven't thrown her off of that case. What more evidence do these people need that this woman is corrupt and crooked, Steve? They got the evidence that she was having an affair with another man, that the money was exchanging hands, and yet nothing has been done about her, and that's a damn shame. But what I really wanted to focus on, Steve, is what you had talked about earlier. I forgot to say it in my first phone call, and that's this female up in Illinois who got the nerve. They starting this garbage again.
Taking Trump off the ballot. Well, yeah. If you hold that thought, because we got to get a news break.
USA News Update. Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell announced Wednesday that he will step down from his GOP leadership position in November, citing the need for the next generation of leadership.
Now it's 2024. I'm now 82.
McConnell stated he will remain in his role until the November elections, but will serve out the remainder of his term, which concludes in January 2027. Hunter Biden has informed House Republicans that his father was never engaged in any of his business endeavors. He testified behind closed doors Wednesday in the Republican-led impeachment inquiry into the president. In his opening statement, Hunter accused Republicans of propagating innuendo and disregarding evidence in their investigation. The Super Tuesday primaries on March 5th could effectively pave the way for a Biden-Trump rematch in November. Former President Trump currently holds a delegate lead of 122-24 over Nikki Haley. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here. Thank you much. It is 844-844-3388. Eskimo Mom forwarded this past day. Here in the Buckeye State, as Ohio's economy continues to grow, the first of nearly 24 extremely large truckloads, they call them superloads, will journey from the Ohio River to central Ohio as soon as Wednesday, March the 6th, after arriving in Adams County via barge. Each load will be moved onto a semi-truck, transported via a predetermined route to destinations in either New Albany or Hebron, Ohio. Most, but not all the loads are associated, they say, with the future Intel superconductor facilities. They will not contain any hazardous material. Some of these loads, they say, will tip the scale at 900,000 pounds, 19 feet wide, 24 feet high, and 270 feet long. Each oversized and overweight load will take approximately 8 to 15 days to reach its destination. Now, no official closures or detours are planned, but they do say slow-rolling roadblocks will be necessary during the transit. Drivers should plan ahead for long delays along the route. I don't know if they've laid out the routes yet or not. The DOT has carefully analyzed and planned the route to make sure these superloads can be accommodated. Each will be escorted by several Ohio State Highway Patrol troopers. Emergency traffic will get around the rolling roadblock with minimal delay. Okay, let's see. Working with local partners, the governments, utility companies, obstructions along the route like large overhead signs, traffic signals, utility lines have been adjusted or moved. Apparently, for months, they've been working with the State Patrol along the route to ensure that these moves can go as smooth as possible with minimal impacts to those that live and work in those communities. And they did say the schedule for each of these loads will be checked against local events, festivals, fairs, big concert events to make sure they don't occur during those time frames. But 900,000 pounds, that's some big loads, I'm telling you. All right, we were heading up to, Illinois becomes the latest judge to say they're going to make Trump ineligible for the primary and general election this November. Go ahead, Eagle.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to talk about. And one other thing. Yeah, listen, Steve, man, these judges that are doing this, even before Donald Trump has been found guilty of insurrection, those judges ought to be disbarred because they're wasting everybody's time. You've seen the deal over there in Colorado and the other states that tried to pull this garbage of not putting Trump on the ballot. Like I said before, if Trump was found guilty, I can understand them doing that. But the man hasn't even had a damn trial yet, and they try to do that in Maine too. They try to take this man's name off the ballot. This shows you right there how crooked these people are, Steve. These are some crooked people, and the fix is on. You know, if you listen Illinois, anybody that lives in Illinois ought to be raising hell. If you're a Donald Trump supporter, you should be raising hell at that judge. You should let her know that she's not going to be able to get away with that, Steve, that she can't take Trump's name off the ballot if the man hasn't been found guilty of insurrection. Let the man go to court and have his day in the courtroom. If he found guilty, then do whatever the hell you got to do. But he hasn't been found guilty of anything, and she's wasting her time, Donald Trump's time, and everybody else's time by saying she's not going to put his name on the ballot. It's just another show that these people in Illinois, you need to be worried about all the crime and going on in Illinois. What the hell are they going to do with all them damn immigrants up there in Chicago? That's what you need to be worried about instead of taking Trump off the ballot. Figure out what you're going to do with all them immigrants you got roaming the streets of Chicago right now. That's what you need to be concerned with, Steve. Now, let's talk about this other situation that's going on, because this one here, it's just one thing I feel. If you listen very closely to Nikki Haley, Steve, at her press conference on Saturday, Nikki Haley, she knows something that we don't know, but it's not very hard to figure out what the deal is. She's saying that Donald Trump won't win a general election, that he won't have. And how the hell she know that? How does Nikki Haley know that Donald Trump won't be? That she claims that she will be the better candidate for the Republican Party in come November in the general election. How does she know? How does she figure she gonna get more votes than Donald Trump? like I said before, that's how I know the fix is on, because see, what she knows is that they're going to try to screw Donald Trump. And that's how she knows Donald Trump is not going to get the votes, because they're going to try to screw him and they're going to try to rig this election like they did in 20. But it's not going to work this time, Nikki. It's not going to work this time because Donald Trump got his people working on it, and he got people. They're going to have people watching these polls this time, Steve, and it's going to be a fair and square election one way or the other in America. They can't allow the Democrats to steal another election, Steve. They robbed Trump in 2020, and Nikki Haley, she can go on about she'll be a better candidate going up against Joe Biden. The only thing she needs to do is go ahead and try to run for vice president with Joe Biden. That's about all she needs qualified to do, because she damn, like I said in my first phone call, she damn sure ain't no Republican. Anybody that talks like that, she should be trying to pump Donald Trump up, Steve. It's clear that she's gonna lose. She should be, if she was a real true Republican, she would be saying that Donald Trump is the best man, and I wish him the best of luck come November in the general election. I'm gonna do the best thing for the Republican Party and drop out of this deal. But she ain't even got enough class to do that. So, like I said before, it's obvious what her goal is and what they got planned. They planning on doing something real bad come November. But hopefully the people will show up in force like they've been doing in state after state so far, in New Hampshire and South Carolina and Iowa and all these other states. Donald Trump has won in a landslide, and hopefully the train will keep rolling all the way to November. And Donald Trump has so many votes, Steve, hopefully they won't even be able, even if they erase some of these damn votes off the ballot, Donald Trump will still have enough to be standing at the finish line. So we'll see how it turns out at the beginning. And one other thing I wanted to say, Steve, to show you how obvious it is that these people are trying to railroad Donald Trump. You notice every time Donald Trump has something good happen to him, in terms of the election, like on Saturday, the very next day, a couple of days later, something bad happens. Now, like I say, you got this idiot up in Illinois talking trash, and now you got the Supreme Court talking about maybe you can go over that deal. The Supreme Court might handle this insurrection case with this Jack Smith loser, and they saying that it could go all the way up. Jack Smith is trying to get this trial set up before the election in November. So like I said before, Steve, they trying to railroad Donald Trump. They want that court, this case to be in the courtroom before this damn election, and hopefully Donald Trump and his people won't allow it to get to that courtroom before November. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, that was that was also news that kind of broke down this past day, is the Supreme Court, the Supreme Court will decide if Trump is immune from prosecution. This is the Georgia case. According to Breitbart, the U.S. Supreme Court has granted former President Trump's request to decide if he is immune from prosecution on charges of attempting to overturn the 2020 election. The court will consider whether, and if so, to what extent, does a former president enjoy presidential immunity from criminal prosecution for conduct alleged to involve official acts during his tenure in office. Now, the Wednesday court order says oral arguments will begin the week of April 22nd. The order also instructs the appellate court to keep special counsel Jack Smith's case against Trump paused until the Supreme Court reaches a decision on the immunity matter. Now, that question has already delayed what was an expedited schedule. Federal grand jury in D.C. indicting Trump on 4 counts back in August of last year. After legal back and forth between Smith and Trump's legal team, they set a March 4th trial date. In other words, 4 days from now. Before this past day's order by the court, a district judge had delayed that trial date as the case had been on hold since December. Now, yesterday's order makes clear that pretrial work in that prosecution must remain on hold. Jonathan Turley, the prominent attorney, said after the announcement that the timeline is a big blow to Smith, arguing that although the court did not grant a stay, it has constructively created such a stay by scheduling the argument. Keep in mind, even if Smith prevails, pretrial work must wait for the return of the mandate, even if the court issues a decision before June in favor of the government. The trial court has to hash out discovery and other motions. That's going to push this trial closer to the November election, in tension with existing Department of Justice policies. Now, it was a precedent-setting decision by the lower court, said that although a sitting president cannot be prosecuted, a former president has no immunity, even for actions taken while president. Trump had argued that having been impeached for his actions on January 6th and then acquitted by the Senate precludes him from prosecution on double jeopardy grounds. Now, if the court rejects the position of Jack Smith in the lower court, they might agree with Trump that his actions in the indictment fall in the outer perimeter of his official duties as president, ruled that all the relevant facts alleged fall in that outer perimeter, and therefore he enjoys absolute immunity. That would doom Smith's prosecution, as well as several state-level prosecutions for election interference against Trump. As another option, though, the court could rule that presidential immunity exists in limited cases and adopt some test, whether the, quote, outer perimeter test or some other standard, then send the case back down with orders for the trial court to weigh each of Trump's actions in the indictment. Then those determinations would again go to the appeals court. The Supreme Court, most assuredly, would review those decisions to determine if that test was carried out correctly, pushing the ultimate resolution of this case till well after the November election. All right, we've got clear lines at 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
The four-wheel drive Superstock gas class punched its first 3 tickets to the Enderley. The Pro Stock diesel class crowned a maiden from the north, while a messy room cleaned up in the south. This, as all attention turns to the Bluegrass State for one spectacular night of indoor competition. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Raider Report. The 2024 Mack Trailer NTPA Winter Nationals are returning to Freedom Hall on the grounds of the Kentucky Expo Center for a one-night-only thrill fest of smoke and noise on Saturday, March 23rd. 4 invitational Grand National classes are slated to appear beginning at 5 p.m. These include a 10,000-pound single-charger Pro Stock class with diesels approaching 4,500 horsepower. The 2,050-pound modified mini class with supercharged racing engines sitting inches from the driver between 8-foot frame rails. The 7,500-pound multi-engine modified class with 3 or 4 power plants spinning a pair of 30.5-inch tires in excess of 120 miles per hour. And the 20,000-pound super semis with unlimited cubes dragging a 30-ton weight transfer down a straight dirt track. Check out ntpapull.com for event and ticket info and ntpa.tv for the live stream. And now, here are your Regional National Superstock 4-wheel drive and Pro Stock Diesel 4x4 3.0 champions from 2023. Darren Young, Cadiz, Ohio, Livewire, the 2023 Region 2 Superstock 4-wheel drive champion. Reduced to 3 by a rainout in Truck Hub Cadiz, each surviving appearance by the Supers assumed critical status, as they counted toward not only the class's 3rd title, but also 2 first-time Enderley berths. Young led wire to wire, while ceding 2 to Luke Simeon's per hook out of the blue and holding off Davey Kenziorski's back in black. The 3-time champ then claimed the division's first pull-off victory. Tim Carta, Big Lake, Minnesota, pulling for autism, the 2023 Region 3 Superstock 4-wheel drive champion. The Supers were the first in the region to name a champion. The Molnau's Terminal Velocity accelerated the win in Ellsworth in hopes of securing another team title, but runner-up Carta had other plans. He and his Pulling for Autism solved the puzzle by finishing second again in River Falls to take the lead. A seventh in a huge class at Anoka put Carta's winning hand at risk, but it was 4 back of Dan Harrell's Livid to set the final gap at 1. Brian Shu, Columbia City, Indiana, Iron Maiden, the 2023 Region 2 Pro Stock Diesel 4x4 3.0 North Champion. Shu's battleship-themed Dodge put in a riveting performance, concluding 2022 with 3 straight wins and sailing to a championship across 10 hooks in the North. Maiden racked up a victory in Paulding in June and then fortified its lead with W's in Dorr and Charlotte in July. 2 seconds and 3/3 further stretched Shu's advantage over his closest point-earning challenger, 22 champ Frank Kruger's Smoke Show, which won twice. Calvin Logan, Bowerston, Ohio, running out of room. The 2023 Region 2 Pro Stock Diesel 4x4 3.0 South Champion. When the season reached the line of demarcation between early and late, Bowling Green, Logan was running out of time. He had peaked at second in Marysville, but was mired in third in the points. Then in Greenville, Room zoomed by the field by 10 feet and overtook the lead, after which 2 more seconds held off Jennifer Pushlar's Hellfire for the title. Now he'll have to find free space on the shop wall to hang that Enderley check. Reporting for the NCPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
I do believe it was Lone Ranger that brought up earlier. Kamala Harris met with voting rights leaders at the White House Tuesday to announce new ways the Biden regime will help register Americans to vote this year. They actually announced plans to pay college kids to register voters. The Democrat plan includes a call to reinforce the Voting Rights Act of 1965, which has been weakened by recent Supreme Court decisions. Kamala also announced new strategies that federal agencies will use to encourage millions of Americans to vote come November, including the Department of Health and Human Services will email voter registration information to every person, that was more than 20 million last year, who signs up for health insurance through the Affordable Care Act. Signage highlighting vote.gov will now be visible to the 6 million people who visit the Social Security Administration's more than 1,200 offices every year. The Department of Interior will display vote.gov signage in national park entrances and visitor centers across the country. voter registration information is now available in nearly 20 languages, including Chinese, Arabic, and Navajo, up from just English and Spanish when Joe Biden and Kamala Harris were elected in 2020. Why do we need voter registration in 20 languages? Well, unless all these millions of people that have been coming in from all over the planet speaking different languages are planning to vote. Am I missing something? If you read between the lines, Harris is hosting a roundtable discussion with representatives from more than 20 voting rights groups to go over strategies to get more information to voters. Asking the groups to promote voting on 3 national days of action, including Juneteenth, the anniversary of the Voting Rights Act, August 6th, and the National Voter Registration Day, September 24. In a meeting with the groups last month, one key issue on the table was ongoing threats to the safety of election workers, which have led many volunteers to quit. Okay, well, they've got a copy of Kamala's remarks to the voting rights groups there and a video of her presentation to the voting rights leaders via C-SPAN earlier this week. But that is quite the interesting question. Why are we going to have voter registration information now available in 20 languages, including Chinese, Arabic? Okay. Things that make you go, don't know. I think when we were talking to Ranger there, he was talking about the ploys used in 2020, the massive mail-in voting and the ballot stuffing, ballot harvesting, which was illegal in many places but still being done. We'll get our final hour underway after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Senate Minority Leader from Kentucky, Mitch McConnell, says he will be stepping aside to allow a new generation of Republican leadership. The senator announcing his decision to leave his position as minority leader while speaking on the Senate floor Wednesday.
Father Time remains undefeated. I'm no longer the young man sitting in the back, hoping colleagues would remember my name. It's time for the next generation of leadership.
He says he will step down as a Senate Republican leader in November, but intends on serving out his Senate term, which ends in 2027. President Biden is speaking about his efforts to improve crime rates and to encourage safety in communities. The president highlighting his handling of crime with his American Rescue Plan.
We provided $350 billion. $350 billion that was available to deal with these issues. And the fact is that we find ourselves, we could use this money to keep law enforcement on the beat, communities safe from violence.
Hunter Biden spent some time Wednesday testifying before a Republican-led congressional committee about his foreign business dealings and whether President Biden was implicated in them. As far as what he's getting out of the hearings from Biden, Florida Republican Congressman Matt Gaetz says,
it is a mirage to believe that Hunter Biden was engaged in international business. This was a bribe masquerading as an international business transaction, nothing more, nothing less.
Congressional leaders struck a government funding deal Wednesday on a half a dozen annual spending bills alongside a stopgap bill that pushes 2 shutdowns till later into March. The government was set to run out of money on Friday. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Wildfires are continuing to burn the panhandle of Texas. The largest of the fires, called the Smoke Creek Fire, has become the second largest wildfire in Texas history. Many small towns have been evacuated. Dozens of homes and cars have also been destroyed. The State Department is spending some time hosting representatives from both Mexico and Guatemala to address the illegal immigrant crossing at the U.S. southern border. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken speaking alongside representatives from both foreign nations at the State Department.
The collaboration, the work between the governments of Mexico and the United States has never been stronger, never been greater. The challenges are also significant, but we are facing them together.
A Democratic presidential candidate is jumping back in the race less than a month after suspending her campaign. Author and activist Marianne Williamson announcing her campaign's relaunch in a video online.
What's delusional is just closing our eyes and crossing our fingers and just hoping that somehow Biden and Harris will be able to beat that juggernaut of dark, dark vision.
Wendy's is clarifying it has no plans to introduce surge pricing. The fast food chain saying its $20 million investment into digital menu boards will allow it to offer discounts to customers during slower parts of the day. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, it's a case we've talked about for nearly 10 years now. But the deadlines are looming for all the briefs to be filed with the Texas Supreme Court as it decides whether to review the enormous verdict against Werner Enterprises from that 2014 fatal wreck. With interest, that sum now stands above $100 million. Now, remember, earlier this week we were talking about nuclear verdicts in the trucking industry. The primary brief was filed in October by attorneys for the Blake family, which suffered one death, one catastrophic brain injury, and other injuries in the West Texas crash. This was December of 2014. February 15, attorneys for Werner filed a brief for the company. And earlier this month, the Texas Trucking Association filed a friend of the court brief. The Supreme Court's page dedicated to the cases lists March the 6th as the final date for any respondents to file with the court. Werner's legal brief reviews well-trod ground on the accident and what happened in a lower court in 2018 when the decision against Werner was first handed down. It and the Blake brief also weigh in on the issue of extending liability out to Werner, as it appears clear the trucking industry is concerned that precedents set in the case could impact future verdicts against carriers, which indeed it could. The facts of the accident are not in dispute. This is where the pickup truck heading east on I-20 in West Texas was driven by Trey Salinas with members of the Blake family, hit the black ice patch, streaked across more than the 10-yard wide median, then crashed into the westbound Werner truck. Winter storm watches were in effect at the time. One of the Blake children died. A second was severely injured. Other passengers were less seriously injured. But this is the case where the automobile driver is the one that lost control, crossed the median, and then impacted the Werner truck. The Blake's core argument is that the Werner driver had not sufficiently slowed his truck to compensate for the weather. If he had, the Werner truck would not have been where it was when the pickup, driven by Salinas, crossed the median. Could not the same be said for Salinas? If he weren't going so fast, he wouldn't have probably been able to cross a 10-meter median. In its brief, Werner attorneys summed up the trial court's ruling as saying that Ali owned a duty to reasonably foresee that the Blake's vehicle might careen into his path. In apportioning blame, the lower court jury assigned 70% to Werner on one of the key questions of liability, 30% on another liability issue. On the former question, Salinas was assessed a 16%. Lastly, the arguments leveled against Warner by attorneys for the Blakes in their attempt to put blame on the carrier involved such disparate issues as driver training, along with a borderline personal attack on the person who actually filled the company's role as the head of training. The demand for on-time delivery, the lack of a control system that could have instructed Ali to get off the road. Well, if Ali shouldn't have been on the road, I would certainly think the family cruising along I-20 in the same storm probably shouldn't have been on the road. But the kind of thing, nuclear verdicts, the $100 million is where it stands right now. Hey, good morning, Double R.
Hello, Steve. How you doing, brother?
Long time no talk. You doing all right?
You doing? Yeah. Just been hauling cars around. We're on our way to California now. Supposed to be there in the morning, but I ain't going to be there. I got my truck in the shop, thanks to that DEF crap. And, I don't know what they're going to do to it, but they got me in a loaner truck, which is, we won't discuss it. But anyhow, I guess I just called to let you know we're all locked in on the, my God, I can't even think. Mid-America.
Oh, the truck show.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, we're going to, I don't know if Sis told you or not, but we're going to take our camper down. And we got a pretty good deal there. We're probably not even 10 miles from the Mid-America, and it's $70 a night for this campsite. It's a KOA, and it's real nice. So I thought, well, hell, that's better than $600, So that's what we're going to do. And
so what were they? I know they have some of those, like parking with the hookups and whatnot there at the actual, like for the truck show. Is that were they wanting like $600?
No. I don't know what the price is on them, but the ones with the full hookups, that's what we were wanting to get, but they were all booked out.
Ah, okay.
And then they had the ones that. They had the ones that were just, nothing. And you had to bring a generator and run your camper off your generator. But I didn't feel like, I told Nita, I said, I really don't feel like getting the generator out and doing all that, So, but anyhow, but we'll be there. I just wanted to let you know. And I don't think that that family, I'm sorry to hear about their deaths, but I really don't think they've got a leg to stand on. People don't understand the weight difference between a truck and a pickup truck or a car is a lot different. And, we're going to run. It might be slicker than house stuff out here on the road for a four-wheel vehicle, but it's not for us because, we should adjust our speed to the weather, and a lot of us do and a lot of us don't, but we won't get there either. But anyhow, I really don't think they're going to have a leg to stand on, Steve. I really don't. More power to them if they do it, but was the Warner driver loaded or was he empty?
I'm not aware. I have no idea. I'm assuming he was loaded, trying to get a load to a destination.
Okay, well if he was empty, I could probably see a big difference in that because you an empty truck on ice, that's, I can see that. But a truck loaded,
But I mean, either way, I mean,
don't understand
he was in his lane. He didn't deviate out of his lane. They lost control on the ice, crossed the median. I mean, what are you supposed to do if you were in that situation? Right. How could they find you or your employer? How could they find reliable 70% responsible if someone else crossed the median and hit you? That's unheard of.
Because we're supposed to be the professionals.
Okay. Yeah, and if you're,
and
if the roads are slick,
I mean?
At what point do you make the determination where, well, you shouldn't have been on the road? Your company should have told you to park it.
Yeah. Well, and excuse me, I'm sorry. Our company, they'll flat tell you, if you don't like what you're driving on, get the hell off the road.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they don't care. If you got to throw chains, get the hell off the road if you don't want to do it. You know, they're not going to bellyache about this has got to go or that's got to go. They'll just basically call Ford or Chrysler or whatever and say, hey, look, the driver's in bad weather. He'll be there in a day or so.
Okay.
You know, and then they'll tell the driver, hey, call your contact and coordinate with them and set it up, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And that gets the monkey off of their back. It puts it on the driver's back and, you know, yeah. But I don't know. That's going to be a hard case to win on that one.
I mean, yeah, but this has been in the courts. I mean, the accident was 2014. Yeah, I guess the trial and the jury verdict came back in 2018. And now they're on because it was originally like an $80-something million verdict that Werner was going to have to pay. And I guess now they're saying interest has been adding up, and it's over $100 million now since all the years that have passed since that original verdict.
Yeah, wow. We had one of our drivers down in Miami. He stopped at a four-way stop sign, and the car that he that met there at the four-way did not stop. And anyhow, they ended up rubbing bumpers, and the driver was an owner-operator, and this was wrong on his part, but he turned around and was speaking with the person on the vehicle. They did not have no insurance, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
And they turned around and sued Reliable for almost $5 million. Now you tell that one to me.
All right.
You know, and it's crazy. These trucking companies do not have a chance in hell. They really don't. And that's why they're a lot of these companies are coming out with these cameras in the window, on the sides, in the back of their trailers. You know, it's because of these lawyers and the insurance. And I thought Warner had cameras. I don't know, but anyhow, that's going to be an interesting case, but I don't know. But anyhow, I just wanted to call and say hello to you. I haven't talked to you in a while, and I know Anita talked to Sis the other day, and they were on the phone for 2.5 hours while you were sleeping.
Really? Okay.
Driving down the road, and they're running their
Yeah,
they're just sitting there running their mouth, and I'm going down the road, and I'm going, would you come on? You know, it's time for you to drive. You know, so anyhow, but they got all this planned out. So, but anyhow, I'll get off here and let somebody else in. I've been listening, I just haven't been calling in.
I know you're just out there rolling down the highway.
That's it, buddy, and I'm sorry. So anyhow, well, listen, you take care, and I'll touch base with you a little bit later on.
All right. Good to hear from you, Double R. Safe travels. And, yeah, we'll see you in a few weeks.
Right.
I can't believe it's literally, 3 weeks away, right? This is a Thursday morning. 3 weeks from this morning. Yeah, it'll be a pre-recorded show Wednesday night, Thursday morning. We'll be heading down to Louisville about the time the sun comes up. and recording live from the Mid-America Truck Show Thursday, Friday, and Saturday.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Always be aware, somewhere out there, amongst us is a right-wing nut. Hi there.
Yeah. Right-wing nut. Yeah. I'll tell you what. If the courts go against Trump with this immunity thing, you know what? They've opened up a can of worms. So that means Biden can be charged with arming insurrectionists in Mexico with that gun running thing that he and that Eric Holder had set up.
Fast and Furious.
And then they, yeah. And I mean, they could be charged with murder for the killing of the border guard, Terry, whatever their name was. So I really don't think that all the other ex-presidents that are still alive and kicking, plus that one that's in office, I really don't think they want that to go through, because then they are liable for anything they do. And then for future presidents, they may not want to do anything because they'll be afraid that they're going to have their butts handed to them after they're out of office. Now, I think that's, if Trump is right, saying that he was, even though he was impeached, he was, what was that word when they find you innocent?
Not convicted.
Well, anyways.
He's not convicted.
There you go. Yeah. So, I mean, that probably would fall under the jurisdiction of a double charge or whatever the hell they call that. But I don't think they want that to happen, because then, like I said, they can find their butts in the hot seat, and they're going to have to answer for it. So, anyways. Yeah, that Warner Brothers thing with the truck driver, I tell you, that just, William Shakespeare was right about the lawyers, and you can find out what he said from that Eagles song called Get Over It. I'll just let that one go there. All righty, senor, I just wanted to call in and say, hey, and and give my 2 cents on the Trump thing. You have yourself a good morning.
Great to hear from you, the right-wing nut. Emphasis on nut. All right, 844-844-3388. Weak freight rates continue to reduce carriers' willingness to invest in equipment, resulting, they tell us, in low trailer orders and high cancellations in January. This month's issue of ACT Research, the state of the industry, the U.S. Trailer Report. January net orders, 13,700 units, were nearly 43% lower year over year. 10,700 units below December. Total cancellations took a turn for the worse in January, jumping to 3.2% of the backlog from December's elevated 1.7% rate. Now, they break the numbers down. Sometimes it's almost like reading Greek. Seasonally adjusted, January's orders fell to 12,400 units from December's 15,400. McNeely added that digging down into cancellations, several markets led the way, including dry vans at 4.2% of backlog and low beds at 1.5%. Clearly, with markets swimming in capacity, no one needs a higher trailer-to-tractor ratio. Also, both tank categories reported high cancellations in the month. Liquid at 3.7%, bulk at 10.2%. We continue to believe that recent oil price weakness may bear most of the culpability there. Healthy economic performance is increasingly favoring freight, but we're roughly balanced between the tail of an 18-month freight recession and the beginning of the next freight cycle, meaning limited CAPEX available, even when some dealers still challenged with more inventory than customers. Like I said, sometimes it's like reading Greek. But still looking, have we hit the bottom? The tail end of an 18-month down cycle for freight, which freight always goes cyclically. You have peaks and valleys and points in between, like everything else in the economy, right? All right, we'll get back to the calls coming up here. Who we got? Scarecrow will be checking in, maybe the autonomous hippopotamus. We'll go for a trifecta this Thursday morning. Don't forget, today is Thursday. Get in there, go get to Facebook and get registered for your Big Rig Diesel Duo, the two 64-ounce bottles of Hot Shot Secret Stick Shit Eliminator, two 64-ounce bottles of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme. You got to go to the Facebook page and simply go to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. When you pull up the main page, go down to the comments and simply type in Hot Shot Secret. And that's it. Mindy will be selecting a winner from all the registrants, and she'll send that my way to announce on our Friday morning program. All right, it is 844-844-3388. News break time here on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell announced Wednesday that he will step down from his GOP leadership position in November, citing the need for the next generation of leadership.
Now it's 2024. I'm now 82.
McConnell stated he will remain in his role until the November elections, but will serve out the remainder of his term, which concludes in January 2027. Hunter Biden has informed House Republicans that his father was never engaged in any of his business endeavors. He testified behind closed doors Wednesday in the Republican-led impeachment inquiry into the president. In his opening statement, Hunter accused Republicans of propagating innuendo and disregarding evidence in their investigation. The Super Tuesday primaries on March 5th could effectively pave the way for a Biden-Trump rematch in November. Former President Trump currently holds a delegate lead of 122-24 over Nikki Haley. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I had a story from a few days ago, never got around to it. I wanted to ask Pappy if does this officer get like the Dumbass of the Year nomination or what? All right, you got, let's see, 2 officers. A bizarre incident. Fort Walton Beach in Florida. which ultimately leads to the resignation of one deputy 3 weeks later. Deputy Hernandez had been a deputy since January of 22. And his partner, Sergeant Beth Roberts, responding to 2 service calls. First received at 8:42 a.m. involved a vehicle driving around, honking its horn, disrupting the peace at 3 o'clock in the morning. Second call was from a woman who said her 22-year-old boyfriend had stolen her car and had been calling and texting her threats. She provided the text messages and said she'd been taken from inside her vehicle, showing what appeared to be a firearm suppressor pointing at the dash of the victim's vehicle. Now, Jackson, who showed up at the scene a little after 9 a.m., was detained, searched, handcuffed, placed in the rear of Deputy Hernandez's patrol vehicle while the investigation continued. The victim completed the affidavit for the stolen vehicle. Now, she told deputies Jackson had a silencer, but she wasn't sure where it was. And she did say he had more than one weapon. Meanwhile, other deputies found the victim's vehicle. This is where it gets crazy. Body cam video shows what happened next. Hernandez is walking back towards his patrol car when he starts yelling, "Shots fired, shots fired." He rolls and runs away from the car, turns, unloads 17 rounds into the vehicle, his patrol vehicle, emptied the magazine. While he's firing the last few rounds, he shouts, "I'm hit, I'm hit." Then later he says, "I'm good, but I feel weird." Then he speculates maybe it hit my vest and asks the other officer, "Dude, am I hit?" Hernandez was not hit because no shots were fired until he began shooting at the patrol car where Jackson was sitting. After witnessing Deputy Hernandez's response and reaction, fearing for his life, Roberts responded also with gunshots towards the car in response to the perceived threat. That's a lot of responding to what exactly the sheriff's office says. Hernandez heard a pop sound, which he perceived to be a gunshot. The audible sound, Hernandez reported, can be heard on the body cam video, and what witnesses also attested, they heard the sound and thought it might have been a muffled gunshot. During the ensuing investigation, Hernandez was shown frame-by-frame footage in which an acorn can be seen hitting the patrol car that was parked near an oak tree. Hernandez says, "Acorn?" Immediately, we began working to determine the complete sequence of events and facts surrounding what transpired, according to Sheriff Aiden. Deputy Hernandez resigned during the course of the investigation because it was ultimately found that he had violated policy. His use of deadly force was not objectively reasonable. The internal investigation also led to the determination that Roberts' use of deadly force was objectionably reasonable. She was exonerated. An acorn heard the sound of a pop and just, I don't know. I guess if you're not in the situation, how do you, he thought a shot was fired. I don't know. Maybe he was hit by another acorn. He thought he was hit. Good morning, Scarecrow.
Well, we'll do what we can, Steve. We're kind of approaching that dead zone that kind of bites me on occasion. But, yeah, that shooting at assumed fire shots fired had a direct correlation with hunter safety and training and such. You know, you're taught to be sure of your target and what's beyond. And, you know, years back, but every once in a while I'd hear about somebody shooting at sound, shooting at movement. They hear something in the brush and take pot shots at it. And, inevitably it's, worst case scenario, but no, it's entertaining to hear a story
The odd
like
thing,
that,
so remember, he had that guy handcuffed in the back of his patrol car, and he thought that's who had fired a shot at him. But so luckily he didn't hit the guy that was handcuffed in the patrol car.
Well, I'm trying to think of what that patrol car looks like. It was that many shots
Right.
fired at it.
Yep.
You probably got a pretty good sized target there compared to a little bullseye somewhere, but oh, Steve, it ain't no wonder why there's so many individuals, at least in our area, with colds and wheezes and crud, and we were in the upper 50s here just 2 days ago. I get to the crow's nest yesterday morning, we had 7 degrees. Now Sunday, the forecast is 72 degrees. And I can, even talking to you right now, I can sense I got a little something going on nasal-wise, but, oh, shoot. But, no, I'll take a week under 70 degrees. Oh, where else are we going to go here? That deal with McConnell there. Is he not smart enough to just give it up altogether?
Why does he want to? Didn't we say? I said the same thing about Dianne Feinstein. The woman was on her deathbed. She's in a wheelchair and she refused to step down. Mitch. Why does he even think he wants to spend the next 3 years? Obviously he's not going to be speaker, but he's still got to be up to speed and mentally competent to vote on these things. The same stuff that he would be voting on if he were speaker. Because it's going to be the rules of the country. Just call it a day, Mitch. You're 82. Come on. He's not hurting for money.
Oh, really? And, 3 more years tacked on. If he's 82 now, is he even going to make it to 85? That's
right.
He's
right.
at the point now,
Sure.
and he knows his health is not 100% given those episodes that he's had. Of course, now he doesn't have to be present. He'll miss a roll call now and then, and probably miss some votes, and it'll just be laughed off.
Well,
almost,
and votes that can, especially as close as the Senate is, it's probably not going to be any different after the next election. It's going to be close one way or the other, but votes that you can't afford to miss.
Right. Yes, that's true. But politics as they are, anything's fair, it would seem. Reflecting back on Lone Ranger's call there, you brought up about the 20 languages for the instruction on that. Well, Steve, for you to throw that out there, it was tongue-in-cheek when you said why. Well, it's kind of like in grade school and junior high. You'd have a written test, and the teacher would often give you one answer. That way, everybody had to answer. Well, when you brought up the 20 question thing there, or a 20 language thing, darn well everybody out there in listener land was sitting there with their hands raised. Oh, call me. It's so obviously the writing's on the wall as to why they want to expand the instructions to that level and such. But of more interest in Lone Ranger's call, I'm sure it tweaked everybody. That magic motion lotion that he was expounding on there. Now Lone Ranger, if you are still out there enlisting. Now, we would expect no less than a double blindfold study on your behalf as to the effectiveness of this. You said you found a couple brands on Amazon. Well, you can, get a hold of those too, and then maybe a bottle of water, and as long as you're shopping for blindfolds, you may as well get some handcuffs there too. And, oh, wait a minute here now. Steve, now that I brought up handcuffs, I'm sure Pappy, he's all ears now, so he's maybe going to want to get in on this double-blind study here too. But either way, it goes back years and years and years, Steve. I don't know where or why I would have read this, but the idea of reducing sensitivity with a particular application, well, it made sense that, well, if one party is applying this particular ingredient, it's going to make contact with the skin on the other party, and it's going to desensitize that party even more. So now
you've defeated the purpose.
You know, exactly. So, but either way, there, Ranger. Yeah, we're waiting for the rest of the story on that one. Last night, Steve, it was a heat wave. He was commenting on wishing he could come to the show this year and bring the lady heat wave with, and it sounded like it was almost real warm and fuzzy for a bit there, and then I finally put two and two together there, Steve, that he's no doubt anticipating if he makes it back to the Midwest that there might just be another case of that Blatz that follows him back to the western states there. I'm just kind of, he knows, he remembers that Pro was an easy touch a couple years back, but he's probably figured he can put the touch on him again there. So either way, yeah, there's that. And then the only other serious thing, the business with Mayorkas and whatnot. Well, his being thrown under the bus somewhat. Now, granted, he's in charge of the border, but he's only following the instructions from the Oval Office. And if he is going to be lambasted and such, should not be the border czar? Should she not be right in the mix too, given that she would be the resident expert on that particular zone and all? I know last night a heat wave did mention the czar, in conversation too. No, that's foolishness at best. But it gives us all something to laugh at. Well, I guess we're not laughing, but it's all certainly entertaining to say the least. So either way, I don't know if Heatwave is listening or not, but that right-wing nut, I know he has close personal contact with him. He can relay that. No, I've seen through his guys there and what he really has planned and such. We'll give it up here, Steve, and maybe that second smartest person in the world will have some pearls to really lay on us and wrap the program up, and we'll do it one more time tomorrow.
For a casual Friday, and I think Scarecrow will actually be with us this casual Friday, as he was not the previous. And we'll be right back.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hippopotamus, what you got on your mind?
All right, well, I guess since the Don't Be a Scarecrow guy there said something about a double blindfolded survey there, I was thinking, trying to figure out what the double blindfolds were there, and I was kind of been wondering if that's like that Coyote and Double Coyote Ugly, the double blindfolds. You have to wear the two blindfolds there in case like the one falls off. You still got the extra one there. I'm not sure how all that double blindfold study is working there, but because I know Ranger said something about being with a really hot chick that you really need that product to work, and apparently that means if you're with a non-hot chick, you don't need that product to work as well.
Mm-hmm.
So I was just wondering what the blindfold. Maybe it. You know how that song goes about all the girls look better at closing time, and the one at closing time that the one is a 10. Maybe the double blindfold is for the one that's the 10 at the
10 with the 2.
Time. I don't know. Yeah. So I don't know. But anyways, there. So today has been bonus day for the employers. How have you been making out working on bonus day? Because anybody that gets a salary pay is, you're not getting paid today because, you get paid for 365 days a year for salary for the other 3 years, and you get the same pay for 366
that's right.
days
Yes,
this year.
bonus day.
So I can't believe that the Sundance Kid hasn't been calling in saying that everybody needs to get $100 or $150 an hour for working on bonus day. But maybe he'll, come in and maybe next month there, maybe he can say how the whole leap year thing was supposed to work. He'll get it all figured out, and we can understand his math on how bonus day works. But anyways, the main reason I was calling in is you were talking to Bucklenuster there about maybe keeping your Subaru or getting a new Subaru, or the business wants a new Subaru, and so the big thing is right now is the inflation and interest rates. I mean, when you go to pay that residual on that Subaru you have as a lease, you're going to get it as a used car loan. And of course, the interest rates on used cars are a lot higher than they are on the new and if you lease a car. So you might be better off looking and saying that you'd want to lease the next car for the next 3 years and see who the president is in 3 years, and maybe the interest rates will come back down. Inflation will come down a little bit.
Yeah,
maybe, interest rates will be down. And
I had definitely thought about the interest rates, and it's supposedly all this stuff about if you want to keep the car at the end of the lease, it's all in the fine print. Now, do you think I read that fine print when I took out the lease? Hell no. And I talked to the guy a few weeks ago, and he's like, I said, they want me to give them like $10,000 and then finance. I think it's only $22,000 that I would owe on it, which I think that's not bad for a car because I've only got 21,000 miles on it. Now, what they're looking at, they're saying, hey, dude's got a 2021, 3 years old. It's only got 21,000. They're going to make bank when I turn this thing in and sell it as a used vehicle.
Absolutely. Yep. And so,
because it's just not even broke in yet. It's 21,000 miles. It's still got plenty of warranty left on it and everything.
Yeah, but as I say, the big thing is when you go to get that loan, what interest rate you'll have to pay on your loan, and whether that makes it worthwhile for the monthly payment, or as I say, whether you're better off getting the new one and doing the lease for the next 3 years and having it in 3 years with 20. And the next thing is my wife and I are looking at this here. what's going to be your last car? Do you want this one with 21,000 miles now and try to stretch it out for a little longer? Or do you want to get 3 years from now, have one with 21,000 miles on it, and well, maybe that one's better for the last car you want to buy, and then that way is so you got a few things to weigh in your situation there, but you'll make out all right. You know what?
Yeah, I mean, the one thing I was
whatever the princess tells you.
Yeah, I was contemplating rather than going through the dealership where I've got the lease, because I mean, like I said, obviously they've got it weighed in their favor. They know I don't have $10,000, to put down and then finance the rest.
Absolutely.
If I went to like my local bank or whatever to say, hey man, what kind of payment could I get on a? Because then I would actually have the collateral. That's a car loan, right? And I wouldn't have to put the $10,000 down.
Yep.
That's what I was thinking, but I don't know. Like you said,
and of course, there's
interest rates.
There is one other way to go. You being a homeowner is you can actually get the home equity loan if you have the option of that, and maybe possibly have a better interest rate on that. But anyways, you'll know all that finances, and you'll do whatever the princess tells you to do, right?
That's pretty much what it will come down to. And I think she's
that's where I thought it was going.
She's leaning toward. She wants to go check out, see what. But then again, with the way the prices of vehicles have gone up in the last 3 years, you're just getting equivalent to what we had.
Well,
I mean, are my lease payments going to be $100 more a month now? Probably than what they were, right?
Yeah, you never know. Leases don't seem to increase that much like the regular financial payments do. So maybe the lease won't be so bad, but maybe what it is she wants the new car smell. Maybe Ranger can research this for you. Maybe there's a spray out there with all these other sprays and things that he's coming up with. Maybe there's a spray that Ranger can get to help you out of this situation.
She was kind of pissed when I
started.
She was pissed when I started smoking in the new lease. I mean, I said, honey, I'm not going to have a vehicle for 3 years and not smoke in the car. I'm smoking. So, oh well.
Oh boy!
Yeah.
All right. Well, with all that, I might possibly be the second smartest man in the world here, but I don't know.
She does like that new car smell, and yes, she was. Like I said, I think I lasted a week and a half without smoking in it, and I'm like, the hell with this. I mean, I'm going to be. This is the car I'm going to be driving. I'm a smoker, so now I don't know how much. Yeah, maybe I have to get some Ozium before I take it up to the dealership and try to, exchange it. How much does it knock off the value of your vehicle if you had a smoker in it? Uh-oh. Hey, have a great Thursday. Thanks for being with us. Come back for our Casual Friday at the midnight hour tonight, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I